our essential source water. And take a minute just to breathe into that. And so I think just to leave the topic kind of open right now, open to water. So I'm complete with that.
Nice. I am definitely open to talking about water and preparing and planning for our next session, which is very exciting. And um, I feel like this could also be a good time to discuss some of the frameworks and concepts behind supporting water work. Um, yes, that would be good as well. Just in case it gets overwhelming with all like having a lot more people
Mm-hmm.
in the room, and also for whatever reason my live stream stopped, which was unfortunate. So I'm not sure why it stopped, but and I also forgot to grab my water, so I'm gonna go grab the water, and I'll be right back and see if
Okay,
I
I'm
can.
going to do the same thing.
Yeah, and see if I can try this. So and then when we get back, we'll hear from Pressy as well. Wait, it says it is live. That's so interesting. Okay, maybe it is live. I just had clicked off of the. There. Okay, it's still working. Excellent. All right, but I'll be right back.
I'm working.
Okay.
I'm back.
So Pressy, did you want to add to the space? Any particular topic or goal you wanted to bring up?
None on my side. All about water is being added to how to conserve the water and maybe how to use water to save the earth.
Cool. Yeah, and I definitely mentioned to Pressy and the team about the water group, and that there's a lot of interest and excitement with the water, um, and I've been involved in the environmental sustainability movement for decades, and there's been a group on almost every topic. And water obviously has come up, but it's always come up in the context of so many other topics. So this is the first time seeing a group focused exclusively on water, and I like the space of having a broad relationship with water in this space, where later we're going to be focusing almost exclusively on the sovereignty aspect for the session coming up here. Um, so yeah, I'm excited about now being a little bit more broad. Cool. So, do you want? Well, let's bring it back to you, Elizabeth, and we'll just see
Um,
where we head.
yes. So my my personal relationship. I grew up in a pretty magical world, a water world. I grew up in the High Sierra as a skier. I got there when I was 4. My parents came, my dad was stationed in the Philippines, and with one stop in near Modesto Air Force Base in Atwater, we pretty much came from the Philippines to Tahoe when he got out of the military, the Air Force. And as a child, it was a full-on nature world. You know, we get so much snow, and that you can't even imagine that our whole world would be enveloped by snow. There were days that we would come out of our house and have to dig out of our house to get to the car, and then dig the car out. And so it was that very presence since a very early age of water. And then in the summers, we would go hiking in the canyon, and the waterfalls were, you know, the whole cycle of water was so prevalent to me that I've never not been connected to water. And, you know, it just astonished me as a teenager when I started moving out into the world, and I left home very early to go explore and be a gypsy, to realize the state of the human relationship with water needs a lot of work. And now that and so my big realization in terms of really being an activist for water came in 2011, when I went to Guinea, West Africa, and sort of saw the worst of the worst of relationship to water, in terms of how there is no infrastructure for water in a city of 7 million people, and just drinking the water will kill you. So I came back from there, and it was more just a vague feeling of needing to do something to affect change. And when I asked myself what it was, what realm could I be most effective, I started this process of saying, I really want to be at the core of affecting change. You know, there's so many things we can do, and we do them, and then they get undone. And then, you know, in terms of sustainability, you know, I share that I went to UC Santa Cruz as well. So probably years before you did, but you know, that was the place to go if you were interested. And the term sustainability was not even a term at that point. So it was the place to go if you had any interest of affecting change and becoming an activist, at least growing up in California. And so I was drawn there, and could not handle the academics any longer. So I basically went on the road and became a gypsy, and always was drawn to water, and drawn to people that believed in water. And so it's been a lifelong journey to come to this place of really recognizing that water is our core intelligence. And we, you know, I believe in the spirit realm, but I don't have enough definitive proof to say that we exist anywhere beyond our bodies. So our bodies, as far as I can tangibly say, this is my reality, is my body reality. And when I understand telepathy, or you know, as soon as I learned that water has memory, it suddenly really began to click in, is that how is our memory carried as humans? Of course, it's carried, without water, our brain shrivels up to a raisin, right? So I kind of opened myself to the idea that in fact our consciousness is carried on the water. That was the next step. Okay, maybe our consciousness is carried on our water. And then I took the next leap, which was kind of a quantum leap that turned the perception entirely around and said, what if our consciousness is water? That in fact we are that we are thinking, living, breathing, feeling beings because we are 99% water. You can't be 99% of anything without being that. So then realizing that we are water. Well, if we are water, then why in the world are we treating our water like we do? Which is basically part of the whole rape and pillage thinking that seems to predominate the planet in terms of where we're at right now. So that's just a little bit of backstory, which I feel is important for people to hear in terms of my relationship and why I'm here at 4 o'clock in the morning to bring water to anyone who will listen.
Nice.
And there's lots more to that story, but that's good for now.
We are just getting started. Awesome. And I was able to get the link for the session on the website, which is good. So hopefully that works. I am new to the water concept, but as far as the consciousness and feeling the understanding of water in relationship to both our being and experiences, but also in relationship to nature and interspecies communications, especially from young age of working with the redwoods and working with in UC Santa Cruz with the redwoods as well. When you go up to a huge 10-foot, 20-foot diameter redwood tree and you feel its presence and you're constantly connecting to it, whether you give the tree a hug or you're just gazing, experiencing it, the feeling is this warm frequency, vibrational flow, and it's almost like the space around you is a little bit thicker, like you just feel the presence. And if you really tap into that presence, it's a flow, and you can really, scientifically, it's like redwood trees are pumping dozens of gallons of water per minute up into the tree, and you can feel the flow. It's like literally in front of your eyes, the water is going up into the tree, and it's it takes there's a subtle tendency. You have to slow down your mind and really sink into the moment to really get that feeling, but it is there, and it's there. It's just a pretty magnificent. It's very subtle, slower than a river or something like that. But it's that tapping to that feeling and feeling that from early age and really connecting at that level definitely brought me understanding of the water in the systems and how the ecosystems connect through the water and through whether you're talking about the root systems or mycelium, but into the streams and rivers and creeks. And the streams and river creeks, as we all know, are not just above ground, they're also below ground and interconnected with the earth. And so it's just a beautiful web of energy and consciousness, and it's all based in with the water. One interesting thing that I have done in the last couple of days is I'm still trying to connect and understand all the different aspects, but experimenting a little bit with different types of water in essence, and like where it is and how is water conscious, and in relationship to both us as beings, but also with the um, spaces that we inhabit and in the universe. And so my observation, and this is just personal, and I don't know if it is how other people feel about it, but just like we all seem to agree that the essence of the individual water molecule is just simply not applicable. Like science says H2O, and H2O is just not in and of itself water, because it just doesn't exist. There is no such thing as, water as a single molecule in reality. So then you take water as a molecule connecting to itself, and you get the crystalline structure. We could show that. We should probably put that on the website as well. But at its purest form, in my consciousness, in connecting to, let's just say, distilled water, pure distilled water that, in many ways it's metallic-y, like a metallic essence to it, in the flavoring. But in my just experimentation at a basic level, just distilled pure water is almost like there's just nothing there. I don't feel anything from it. And at that essence, it's not natural in any sort of form that exists either universally when water coexists with the space, but there's a natural dust. There's just a natural elemental foundation to water. So it's like a perfectly pure, H2O crystalline structure of distilled water, and then you just take one little drop of, whether it's trace minerals or just anything, really, it could be anything, of dust or whatever, and that permeating it and bringing it is in essence the consciousness, or the interaction. And so in that context, it's like, in my feeling, it feels like a molecular soup, in essence, right, of the interconnections of all of these different types of molecules. I didn't need a lot of it, but that, for whatever reason, that seems to be the connection of consciousness for me. And then obviously on our planet you have all the life in the water as well, which is extremely important. So I would use a term of a molecular ecosystem, in the context that it's the interaction of water with anything and everything else that just brings this conscious life and this conscious, space of interaction, and at the most rudimentary levels, in around all of space. It's just everywhere, and it permeates everywhere. And so that's just kind of my experimentation in the last little bit. And then I also experimented some with the concept of both solid and liquid in gaseous water. And for me, I get exactly the same experience, that solid water is fully immersed in all conscious life of water. The easiest context would be that of a glacier, and that a glacier can be seen as both either healthy or unhealthy or not healthy, and have basic life needs just like anything else, and that the glacier is in itself just like a river. It's fully flowing, it's fully interacting. It just happens to be in solid form as opposed to liquid form. And then also, which is much harder to talk about, would be the essence of aerial water. So water that's in the air, whether you're talking clouds, or even more specific, could be like jet streams, where you're having flows of water and air, where you get conscious connection as well. So you can have very connected and flowing aerial water, which also has a lot of energy behind it, just like the ocean. And so that's a lot harder to honed down in its relationship to guardians and human interaction, but I feel like the air, water in the air is an applicable space to have discussion because it hasn't come up yet. Um, so for me, those are the three main places. Then water as a plasma just doesn't seem to work anymore because as soon as you get into the disassociation in plasma of the hydrogen, oxygen, and hydrogen, oxygen, and other molecules in electrons, it seems to take away it becomes plasma. It becomes beyond water in many ways, So I don't know if it's applicable at that level. So it seems like there's just the solid, liquid, and the three types. So that's just some of what I've been playing with, throwing it out there. It looks like we have Temetope here, which is good. Temetope, did you want to check in? We're currently talking about water, and then we'll go back to Pressy.
Okay. Water. Okay. Generally, I'm feeling good. 5, like a 5. It's 12, 13. Yeah. The sessions I had in the morning was good, so I'm looking forward to this session being a good one also. Water, from where I come from, I said water does not have enemy. That's what we in Nigeria, that's my own tribe, that's what we believe. Water does not have any enemy. And so because of that, I'm looking forward to seeing what we intend, based on this discussion, to achieve in water preservation and the life that comes from water. Check.
So let me make sure we got you properly quoted. You said that in your tribe, in your group in Africa, that water doesn't have meaning, or what was that part you said?
Water does not have enemy. So everybody loves water.
That it doesn't have any mean as in badness. Like
badness, yes. Doesn't have any badness.
Water has no meanness, no badness to it in any way, which means it's pure love or pure support, kind of thing. Like that it's the opposite of mean would be like that it's very nice and loving and supportive. Is that
yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. We'd love to hear more about that. Pressy, did you want to go next again? Are you there, Pressy? I guess Pressy is not.
Sorry, I'm on mute.
There.
Okay.
I'm about 5. It's 7 o'clock in the evening in my place. About water is very relative in my place because I born in a farmer family. My mother and my father is a farmer, so water is very important for us to water the plants. And I love the nature. I love the plants. Without water, my plants can't grow. And looking forward to have more means or to conserve the water.
Do you guys have any local, rituals or relationships with the water as far as like local community activities that you guys do at all?
I don't know if it's related, but my brother is a part of agriculture group regarding water, the irrigation for the farmers.
Cool. Also, I noticed that Albina was possibly on the document for the notes. I don't know if they are in another hangout group, but I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. All right, let's go back to Elizabeth. It looks like we might have lost Temetope too.
I'm still around.
Oh no, you're
I'm
still
still
there.
around, Jay.
Yeah, we
I just
have
wanna
Gino
make sure.
too.
Oh, we do have Gino. Okay, Gino, your turn.
Hi, I'm Gino, by the way. So, it's currently 7:43 p.m. in my place. Speaking about water, like in what do you call this? In a like spiritual or like personal way, we in my country, from my experiences as well, we don't really what do you call this, have any what do you call this, spiritual meaning with water itself. Like we don't really have like that sort of similar understanding of water from what Elizabeth was saying a while ago, or what you were saying a while ago. So we only what do you call this? We only give water as like it's the most important thing in our life, because without water we can't live, basically, because everyone needs water so that they can prolong their lives here in the world. It's the most important substance we have here in the earth, in the world. Without water, we won't be able to live longer, or we won't be able to live at all without water. So, and if we're using it in a practical sense, then water is just what do you call this? It's the most essential substance we have in the world, because it's not just that it gives life to several beings like plants or crops in my country, but like if we're talking about like something like spiritual or personal, like what does water do to like to you personally? We don't really or
It's
from my experience,
5:45.
or like from the people I've been talking to, it's not like we don't really discuss or relate our lives to water. But like from what you Jay, and Elizabeth we're talking about, it's like you give a more detailed meaning spiritually and personally with water compared to like the people I know, because they just classify water as water, and like it basically just gives you like it quenches your thirst, or gives you what do you call this? Gives you like life, basically, in that manner. But we never treat water as like something of evil, or like something like that, because water is basically good for everyone. So yes, that's my opinion of it.
Great, thank you, Gino. And I think we agree with a lot that you are saying. And we have Sujata. Let's have Sujata go, and then we're going to come back to Elizabeth. Sujata, welcome.
Thank you.
So Sujata, we are talking about water as the topic of the day, and it's a very open space to discuss it, and it could be anything from our own experiences with water in our own villages or communities, to our own relationships with water as beings or
Oh yes, water is so important. It is the medium of life. It is the medium of energy transfer, and actually it's the foundation of culture. So if you can respect water with quite a different take, then you can transform lives. If you look at all the cultures from around the world, I've joined into this session very late, so I'm kind of putting in my mind, unless we have already discussed this, of course, that across the world, if you see any culture, water has been a vital part of prayer, it has been a vital part of healing, and it has been a vital part of relationships. So I come from India. And I think all of us know about the power, the strength, the significance of Ganga, the river Ganga. She begins in the Himalayas carrying the seed of purity. And mythology has it that those who go to the banks of Ganga and those who fold their hands and enter Ganga, she washes you of your karma. So it's literally like you start with a clean slate. Can you imagine what an opportunity that is? And of course, water carries memory. And in a lot of religious processes, prayers, water is the medium in which mantras are imbibed, and this activated water is given to people who need protection or who need blessings or who need healing. So water is water. Water is life. So tell me what I missed.
Oh man. Elizabeth, you want to answer that question?
Mhm. Well, we're just diving in, so you didn't miss too much. You sort of missed both Jay and I speaking about our own personal relationship with water. And a new thought came to me, Jay, that I would like to share when you were talking about the molecular ecosystem and speaking of the different states of water and how water is there was something very specific you said that woke up a new thought in my head, and it was having to do with the energetics of the water, distilled water, as opposed to living water. You know, distilled water, pretty much everything's taken out of it, and I think including the life force. And Sujata's really, everybody here has really spoken of, you know, that we can't live without water, that water is life. We're learning that, you know, we're hearing that now. It's coming into our thought that term water is life. I've taken sort of a neck stretch and thinking of life, like water as life. That you know, to really think of it is that water is the primary consciousness and creates. One of my first messages I got, which I believe came from water, was all of life on earth is the infinite creative expression of water. That water is creating us. And really, you were also talking about how water does not exist in singularity. That you can't have just one water molecule. It doesn't exist. Water needs to be connected to itself. So in that way, even though there's all these incredibly different forms of water, from caterpillars to elephants to humans to, you know, glaciers to Ganga, you know, to these god rivers, you know, goddess rivers, it's still all just water. And there's only one water. So to me, my next step is saying, well, there's only one life. If there's only one water, then there's only one life. It's the life that's connected to water. Without liquid water, we would resemble Mars. We've now have the ability to get images from that planet of Mars. There's water on Mars, but it's not liquid water. So because there's no liquid water, as far as we know, as far as we can tell, there's also no life on Mars. So there's some link that's being made in my mind right now between a certain reciprocity with water. Is that when the life of the water is able to really honor that water and hold that original blueprint of beginning anew as water recycles itself. The water cycle is water. You know, it's not some abstract scientific thing. Water, the cycle, you talked about the currents in the atmosphere, and the whole water cycle, there's no separation between any of it. So we all understand that we need water to live, and yet what is our relationship with water? What is our sacred relationship with water? How do we treat water? How does our community, our family, how do we treat water? Do we hold it in the highest esteem, or do we just kind of go, oh, there's the water. It's a good thing I've got my bottle of water right here because I need this, you know, I need this little bottle of water. Are we separate from the rest of water, or are we really? And I know my relationship with water changed when I began thanking it, when I began honoring it, when I began speaking of it to other people, when I began thinking about it inside of my own body, when I began that return to water, that I began thinking back to water, when I began directing my attention back to water, my whole relationship with it changed. And so the new thought that's coming to me, like the life force in water can be killed. You know, it can be extinguished by pollution, by taking everything out of it. The life force in distilled water isn't there. It's just, there's an electromagnetic charge that living water generates when it's in a vortex, when natural water is moving, and it doesn't move in 90-degree angles. It's always in a spin. Water is spiralic. It's always spinning, and as it spins, and that's how we restructure water mechanically with our drinking water, is spinning it, is putting it in a vortex. And so when water is fully vital and fully alive and in its original blueprint, that's the highest relationship. That's the highest current that water can carry. Maybe not. Maybe it's not the highest, but it's a pretty high, you know, it's a pretty high relationship. So, yes, go ahead.
There is one very beautiful aspect about water. It is that one combination of molecules, or whatever you call it, life force. It doesn't matter how much you pollute it. It can always revive itself.
Yes.
And the good part of it is that it carries primordial memories. And there are many instances when water is taken from rivers or seas, oceans, or very certain wells that are dug, and literally very ancient energies that are imbibed in that water, trapped in soil, must have been floating around all the pollution that you can imagine we create. But when it is harnessed and when it is invoked, it still has the memory of the primordial energies, and it can make miracles. It is that one thing that can regenerate itself with very little effort, very little effort. The sea is full of salt and water, but you remove the water from the sea, you can remove the salt, and with the salt you can remove all the pollutants possible and drink it. It's life force. Nature has her own beautiful way of this water cycle, and we've all done it in elementary school. Water evaporates, makes clouds, goes and nurtures lands far away, and it percolates back into the sea. And in this continuous cycle of water, can you imagine, it still carries the memory of 1 billion years old, billion years ago. And today, given the circumstances that we have, what we are doing to Mother Earth, I think very soon we're going to have to find solace in such kind of events where people are maybe, Jay, people could be taught how to invoke the goodness of water so we can save our lives.
Mhm.
I mean, there may be people who join in who are inclined to chemistry and physics, and they will tell you there's nothing as stable as a water molecule.
Yeah,
Let's
so
say that
so
part again.
that's
So, in chemistry and physics, the water crystalline structure is one of the most stable structures in all of existence.
That is one element, like what we are taught. You know, solid is tight and small, liquid is flowy and big, and gaseous state is voluminous.
Mm-hmm.
But in water, water, liquid water is more compact than ice. Ice becomes larger. And it also is more bouncy, which is why you have glaciers floating in the seas and oceans. So it is something that defies the natural laws of physics and chemistry on Earth. And I think if you have seen some of the really beautiful video clips that are put up by National Geographic, they seem to tell that so many billion of years ago, when Earth was still just cooling off, it's actually water that came in from celestial bodies and showered the Earth with life force.
I would take it even further. I love you bringing up the primordial water, because science has now been able to identify that a portion, a fairly large portion, and I'm not sure how they completely identify this, but a large portion of the water on Earth is older than the sun. So you're talking about the
6 o'clock.
the interstellar ice coming to the planet. My question is, where does the rest of it come from, right? So the idea is that water is living, and in fact, we're a growing planet. And there's something called a theory called primary water, which actually water is being created inside of the earth and recycled inside of the earth. That as the plate tectonics come in, the plate of land comes into a subduction zone and heats up when it gets to the magma layer, and there's an immense amount of water in that plate, and so that's coming back up. But there's also the theory that that water is actually being created, and you think of back to how Africa and South America fit like a puzzle, right? And there's a big rift in between them, and that's where the planet's moving apart from itself, and so what kind of where my mind jumps is, what if in fact interstellar ice began our planet, that interstellar ice formed a vortex. Completely my own out there theory, but I can imagine that interstellar ice would almost form a whirlpool in space that could move in tighter and tighter and tighter until at some point it creates a fission or a fusion and begins to birth a planet. And the planet begins to grow, and it grows in its own particular form in relationship to the sun, to the star. You think of Jupiter as opposed to Mars. They're both a cluster of star stuff that somehow has come together and formed a body. So anyway, that's I'm kind of wandering off here, so I'll be quiet. But I just, the basic point is, I don't think we can, I think what water is so much more interesting and interrelated and incredible than we can even really begin to imagine, even in the, both in our most basic form and in our most scientific form and in our most spiritual form. We're all just trying to relate to the world through this medium of water. Okay.
Amazing.
Thank you. Check.
Let's see, make sure we don't have anyone new here. I think we're, oh, Albina, did you get a chance to speak? Are you here?
Hello.
Hi, Albina.
Hello.
Do you want to talk about,
Hi.
introduce yourself and talk about your relationship or your community's relationship with water?
Yeah. I'm glad the topic is so nice about water. All of us need water, and that is the fact. We cannot live a day without water in different forms. We have minerals we get from water. Water as the home of the sea creations. And actually in Kenya, we are around the boundaries of the country is separated by the waters from other countries. So we have a higher percentage of everything in the nature is about water. The only issue is that people don't take it as important to preserve water. They pollute the water, causing so distracted to the waters. But just recently, the government came up with an initiative for the youths who are cleaning up the cities, the rivers along the main cities. They are removing all the dirt from water, at least to keep it clean. So water is important to our lives. Every day we need water. Yeah.
Thank you, Albina. And we'll come back to you. Let's see how much time we have. I would take us, really emphasizing this very interesting dynamic where every culture, every person, even if they don't have a personal connection or conscious connection with the essence of water, understands the importance of water in life and in the ability to live as an individual and as a community or a farmer or a family. And that is a very interesting connection to have, and it brings a simplicity, but also just a model for, like, by connecting through water, it can communicate information that otherwise just wouldn't be possible in relationship to how we need to care for the earth and how we need to care for our communities and ourselves in, like, what you were bringing up originally, this raping and pillaging atmosphere of, global commerce and greed and money and, the capitalist economy models that we currently are overwhelmed with. And it seems that when you bring it in the context of water, it may be easier to communicate the really subtle changes that can be made to our cultural, well, not really cultural, but our economic engines that seem to be pushing the pollution, raping, pillaging, but also at a more localized level, because we allow it to happen. That hopefully can help us. So it's hard to really pinpoint the details, but there's obviously a deep connection at the most fundamental level. And if we utilize the vocabulary properly and the messaging in a way that it makes sense, you can connect, like you're saying, a water-focused foundation to transforming our relationship with each other, which then can transform our relationship with everything else. So I feel that there's something really special there, and it's I'm not quite getting the words right in terms of where we end up, but I feel like there's a direction going there that's really exciting and that should be continue to be pursued.
Can I
Yes,
jump in just for a second?
please.
I'm sorry that Albina dropped off because I'd be very intrigued to hear what she's saying. There's something to me that the thread that Sujata, is that how you say your name, Sujata, brought in about how water rejuvenates itself. Like we have this idea that we have to fix this big problem, that we have a massive problem that we have to fix, and it's so complex, and it's a giant hairball of, and we get kind of crazy with it, and we don't know where to start. And really, water is the starting point. And if we, and I really feel that if we don't start there, then nothing we do will untangle the hairball. That if we don't get our relationship with water right and correct first, then nothing else we do will matter, because that's the starting point. And I feel that it won't take very many of us, that I think it's even less critical mass if we could be water faithful, as I call it. Oh, Albina's back. Lovely. Albina, I was just saying I'm very interested to hear about that initiative for cleanup. So I have a co-creation that I work with people called Loving Waters, and it's just lovingwaters.life online. And each year we've been kind of building this foundation, and each year we've done one particular initiative, and we had a pamphlet the first year. We built our website the first year. We did a pamphlet, and then we have a pledge, a water pledge that communities can, or individuals can really think about and meditate on. This year, the campaign that came in was the Great Planetary Water Cleanup. And I'm realizing in this conversation, I'm really making a link. And that was an inspiration that came in. First thing I woke up with this message in my waking, in between dream time and waking, the Great Planetary Water Cleanup. All right, I get it. And really all we have to do is clean up our shit and give thanks to water and get out of her way, because water will rejuvenate. If we can just sort of stop our rape and pillage and honor water as the source of all life and clean up our mess, it's as simple as that. And so how do we do that? Like how do we really infuse this perception in order to reach critical mass? Because as soon as we reach critical mass, I believe there's going to be a flashpoint, and I feel it happening already. That's why we're here, is that there's a there's going to be this flashpoint of consciousness that will get us cleaning up our watersheds. So in order for us to really inspire it, in my mind, is to create what I'm calling watershed wisdom councils. That every watershed has a council that is holding water in the highest regard, in the most sacred manner, and communicating that to their own community, and holding full moon water blessings, or new moon water blessings, or waxing moon water blessings, but getting into their watershed and as a community giving thanks to their water. And it's that reciprocity that will begin to feed back into water. And water will feed back to us in terms of supporting those efforts, in terms of consciousness, in terms of what if everyone on the planet could love their water as if their life depended on it, because it does. And we take water for granted. And science has taught us that water is inert, that it's not alive, that it may be the substance of life, but it's not alive. And how could that be? I mean, that's just mind-boggling. How could that possibly be? If water is in fact all of life, how could water itself not be alive? So you're onto something there, Jay.
I have a thought regarding what you had to say, Elizabeth, about cleaning your watersheds. There is a thought to it. Shouldn't we not pollute it, then spend so much energy in cleaning it? That's in our hands. And like it's like firefighting. We don't need, just don't create a fire. Just stop polluting the rivers. That's so much more sensible, because it's something that could generate business around the world if the deciding authorities, if the politics and the government policies actually started thinking about not polluting the rivers rather than cleaning up the rivers. So if water can revive itself, it's going to keep reviving itself for generations to come. It revived itself before human beings were even born on earth, and is going to continue doing when ultimately we die out or whatever. But for us, for our own sakes, for this life that we are living, for the next couple of decades that all of us are going to be alive, why not, generate more interest? Why not create more forums? Why not create more information and dissemination of different thoughts, of different technology, of different processes, that we simply don't pollute our water? That is so much more beneficial, because we're saving lives in the sea. Cleaning up the rivers also means removing a lot of life force from the seas, from the rivers. We're not even aware that in the name of purifying our rivers, we are actually dumping it with so many more chemicals. What you said, the water that we are drinking, which is supposed to be purified, is actually completely sullied with chemicals. Oh, why can't we collect rainwater and drink it? I don't think there's anything more pure than that. So maybe in the efforts that you are taking, not maybe, if you can include in the efforts you are taking of don't pollute.
So that concept of don't pollute is a change of mind. We have to change our thinking in order to not pollute. So we have to change our thinking first, and our feeling and our relationship. So that's we have to do that first, and also we have to stop polluting. And also we have a load of debris and pollutants that are flowing into the ocean from our rivers, from upstream. And there's a beautiful adage: do unto those downstream of you as you would have those upstream of you do unto you. And so, yes, that is absolutely true. And there is a difference between clean water and pure water. That politically, clean water means you can put chemicals into it and it's clean, but that's not pure water. And really, we have to come back to pure water and really giving that honor in our lives, in our communities, in our laws, in our and so this is where Jay and I have first connected to that sovereignty of water. So I concur with you there, very much so.
Well, I feel like this is a good intersection point to remind us that as part of our goal with the Open Earth Sessions Summit, that it is our task to not only talk about these topics, but also to challenge ourselves to think about next steps and building out a plan or vision or goals in relationship to a blueprint. And we're working on a couple different forms. One is the water's original blueprint, like you're talking about the purity of the original essence of water, as opposed to just like throwing chemicals at it to say it's clean. And then also in terms of our global transformation blueprint, like a blueprint for a global or local transformation. A couple things. One is that we are working, me and Elizabeth are working on this water unity portal of just connecting water projects together, getting the schedule of all the different water projects, registering water organizations from around the world. There are some existing places where some of this is happening, but just making sure that it's more accessible to more people at more times. So that is one of the steps that we are taking to move that project forward, and I can link that on here. And it's all draft still. And then the other component is really, as was being said, how can the simple relationships be initiated in the context of both one, our own lives and the lives of the people we interact with, and then also on a legal level in relationship to water sovereignty. And the one part of that side that I want to throw out there, because I haven't been able to share it yet, is that there seems to be a differentiation between making decisions in the best interest of water, right, as people, and creating a voice for water itself, right? The idea that water can be accepted and recognized as its own voice in relationship to the ecosystems and rivers and water bodies, just like we have bodies, is like water has bodies across the world that can be recognized, and so that voice really is separate from the decision making. So you can have councils that are making decisions in the best interest of water, but then you could also have the collection of the ability to represent and recognize water in and of itself. So for me, those are almost two sides to the same structures, but they're two very different goals that I feel have a different model in relationship to recognition and working with either tribal communities or governments. So anyways, I just wanted to throw all that out there, that there's a lot of ideas and we want to hear more ideas and really think about what are the next steps in moving that forward in relationship to especially communities. Like, how do we express this and connect to more people in our own communities and our own lives in a way that flows and is easy, because I feel like that's still a gap for me. So if anyone wants to add to that and move us forward. And we can also continue to talk about all of the personal side and communal sides to it as well. Should we just go around again, Elizabeth, or?
So,
Jerry? Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. So you guys have been talking about water, the pureness and purity and the likes, but from where I come from here in Africa, I don't know, maybe Albina too has the same experience. Water shortage has been a major challenge for peasants and people. Can you imagine in a country like Nigeria, we still do seasonal farming? That is, if there's no rain, we can't farm. If there is no rain, the farmers can't. So we depend so much on water, and yet people still lack good water, not even pure. They still go to rivers to take water to drink. And so I believe that if the advanced world are talking about how to protect water, and we barely have enough water to sustain ourselves here, because as much as our land is very good, we need water all around the season to be able to plant, to be able to farm. So we don't need to wait for the raining season for us to farm. But basically, that's what we do, one. Then two, most people, when it comes to the dry season, they don't get water. They have to go around miles and miles and miles before they can get water to actually survive. So as much as we're looking at water projects around the world and things like that, we should also look at how do we come to the rescue of these people who cannot afford to get clean water to sustain themselves. So I believe we should be looking at those areas. Yes, we've seen United Nations organizations coming up with water projects, but most of the times the sincerity behind this project is what one has to question. What is the sincerity? The people handling these projects, what do they want to gain from it? So you see people ripping up their own people at the expense of other people making investments to better the life of their people. But so generally speaking, I feel that we should, as much as we're looking at how we protect water and the beauty and the sustenance of life that comes from water, we should also look at how we can use water to sustain these communities.
I have to to jump in. I'm sorry to be speaking so much, but Tempitope, you came in after I explained sort of how I came to become a water faithful, is my term for myself. In that I went to Guinea, West Africa, and I grew up in a place that has absolutely pristine water. It's high elevation. It's pure snow melt in a granite basin, and this water in it's Dawa Aga, which is Tahoe, Lake Tahoe, is nearly 2,000 feet deep, and it's all snow melt. So it's as pure and sterile as and pristine, not sterile, but it's as pure and pristine as natural water can be, and it was. And so when I went to Guinea, West Africa, I saw how the problem with water in Conakry is a city of 7 million people, and there is no water infrastructure. People just have to get their water however they can. There's no municipal water system. There's no, and the sanitation isn't present, and it really struck home to me. And so since then, I have worked with people in Guinea, West Africa to create La Fondation Aisha, which is to address this problem. And the most simplest is to get water filters. And I have this, and this is really the first of the watershed wisdom councils that create the watershed wisdom centers that on the ground can begin teaching this in Africa, because this faulty relationship with water, in my opinion, is by design. These water projects come in, but they're just providing water for industry. They're not providing water for people.
Yeah.
You get these big dams, and they're only to provide water to produce more money. And they're not providing pure relationship, pure clean water to the people. And so, between you and Albina, I really feel that there's a working group here, because La Fondation Aisha is not centered in Conakry. It's centered at least for all of West Africa and all of Africa and all of the world, to ensure that children have pure water to drink. So thank you for being here. I'm very happy to hear your words and connect with you.
Super important. Sujata, Albina, Gino, Pressy, who wants to go next?
preparing for the next session, which I would be taking on energy fields. So I'm happy to listen to what's happening. And if all of you can stay back and see some lovely energy field images, aura. We did a project on water to see actually how it holds energies of the thoughts, of your words, and of the actions around you, and it's phenomenal. So I was kind of searching if I can, dig out that from my library of images so I could share it with you. It's going to take some time. But yeah.
Great. Yeah,
the concept.
Thank you for reminding us. I believe your session is starting in a half an hour. Is that correct?
We start at, in India, the time is 5:58, and well, you're going to have to tell me backward if it's in another half an hour or in another few minutes.
Another half an hour.
It's a half an hour, yeah. So for us, it's 6:30 a.m. America's time. So we have about 20 minutes left here. So what we'll do is we'll finish up, do our 20 minutes here, and then we can take a small break and then come back and make sure we have we need to test the Zoom room. Obviously we can use this Zoom room, but we can also use yours. We want to have the link to the right room, and then everyone can come back there, okay?
I'm not very good with this technology, so I'm actually not, I really don't know which is going to work out better. I was hoping you would tell me.
Cool. Well,
I have a Zoom link.
Yeah, we will definitely just do a quick test and make sure we're fine. But either whether people come here or we go to another Zoom room, we will get everybody connected, and that's all that matters. Yes.
Absolutely.
Sweet.
But wait, let us continue with Elizabeth because this is her show.
Yes. Well, actually, this is an open space. Elizabeth's show starts an hour after your show. So after you're done, we're going to go into the next space for the water sovereignty, which is going to be after you, I believe. So let's make sure everyone gets a chance to speak here, and then also kind of help bring us to kind of not closing, but frame it all together. We have clear water cleaning, stopping pollution, access to pure water for people, especially where it is not accessible. We'll just throw in West Africa or in African locations and other places across the world. There was this spiritual or personal connection to water, and so those are just a couple of the framing points to make sure we're not missing anything in terms of our topics that we were discussing and bringing up. All right, Albina, Temitope, Pressy. Pressy.
None on my side. Water is very important in my place, and it is also used for our religious use. We use water to bring and born, to be baptized and to be a newborn human again. And we believe that when you're born in water, you are a new person. So water is very important in my place also. Actually, personally for me, water is very important. I've been implementing water conservation in my place, in my house. Like, do not play with the water, and when you're not using the water, don't let the faucet open. And I really love water because in my place, in my province where I used to grow, the water is free. It's flowing. And there is no way to stop it because it's what you call the flowing, where the water is flowing freely 24/7. And it is really free and clean. We used to grow plants with it. We have a fish pond, which is connected with the faucet or the flowing. And it's really important in my family because without it, we cannot grow plants and we cannot feed the animals. We have a lot of animals. We have pigs, carabao, cow, goats, and chicken, so we are using a lot of water every day to clean the piggeries and the poultry and to let the animals grow. So it's really important in my place.
I would be interested to hear more about the Farmers Association that your brother is involved with and how that is organized.
There, there is what you call the agricultural group that, which is he is. We have irrigations in the farm where we get water to plant the rice field so that every farmer will have fair and clean. We have fair contributions of water.
Is that a common resource? Is the water treated as a commons?
No, it's a natural water.
But the way the farmers distribute the water, is it seen as a commons or is it seen as a commodity?
It's a commodity.
It's a commodity. Uh-huh.
Yes, because without it, the palay or the rice will not grow as good as it is. Because when the palay is or the rice don't have enough water, it will dry and it will not bring seeds and grains.
But you said something about that every farmer gets a fair contributions of water. Is the fair distribution of water based on, you know, a monetary payment, or is it based on splitting it up equally because everybody has common need to the water?
It's free. All you need to do is to be a part of the, like for example, cleaning the canals and irrigations. Everyone is have their own part to do the cleaning, and we have a season where every farmers, because we have 3 seasons of harvesting. It's all of the farmers are when you say harvesting time, all of the farmers gonna harvest, and if you say it was farming time or planting time, it is the time they are cleaning the canals and the irrigations to have a good source of water for the planting of rice.
So the only payment is to give back. You have
Yes,
to contribute back to the.
you have to clean
system.
the irrigations and the water resources.
Yeah.
Because
Thank you.
before, when there is no organization like that, we use the water pump. And it's really, really expensive because you have to buy fuel to run the water pump, and you will have a machine or the equipment to pump water from the river nearby my house, and and we use a long hose to bring the water to the farm. So it's really expensive.
Right. Thank you.
Very cool. Gino, Albina, and then we're gonna kind of go into some checkouts here as well.
Actually, you just have a question.
Gino, you're a little quiet. You're a little quiet.
Actually, just have a question.
Question from Gino.
What type of water do you count as pure water? Is it like the rivers, or the waterfalls from the mountains, or what do you call this, like the ocean, like the seawater? Is that pure, or that's like modified water?
I would say the purest water is what falls from the sky and what comes up from under the ground in primary springs. So I would say even if you have a primary spring that's coming from deep underground, that is probably even more pure, but really water gets purified when it falls, as long as it's not being influenced by acid rain, right? Or air pollution affects that purity of water. But I would say the most pure water in the water cycle is when it rains.
Okay. But won't that be like rain from the clouds, right? But it won't that
Yeah.
be like it still has like some chemicals because like it did come from the clouds itself, right? So is that
As long as humans have not put pollutants in the air, for the most part, rainwater is very clean, very pure. That's the part that when water evaporates, I mean, there's volcanic ash and other things, but for the most part, when water evaporates, that's why the sea is salty, is because water is evaporating and leaving what it's collected by through the watershed, including the memories, and lifts the water back up to be dropped to nourish the earth again, pure.
So it's similar to like the water cycle itself. It's like that.
It is the water cycle.
That makes sense.
In India, you all know about the system of Ayurveda. So in Ayurveda, there is a concept that water is healing, and they wait for the first few showers to get done, because in the first few showers, all the pollutants in the air would get precipitated. And then after that, very specifically, we have plates or collection trays which are made out of very specific metal, or which are made out of very specific herbs. And this pure water which is collected in these metal plates and herbal plates have very, very powerful healing properties, and they are used in chronic acute disorders. So that is the power of the pure water that comes down from the rain.
I see.
Very cool. Another component of the question was about what is counted. I feel like the term I'm really liking is the idea of a water body, that we have physical bodies and water has physical bodies as well. And whether it's a lake or a stream or a river, that each water body counts as a point of, being whoever's the local connection to that water body is there and connecting to it. So everyone's connecting to your local stream or your local river or the local ocean area. Like every area of ocean, even though the whole ocean is connected, each area of ocean has its own mix of life and energies and nutrients and everything. And also it's really interesting obviously we need to work on the air pollution. If rainwater is so important, we need to make sure that is addressed. But also remembering from our beginning that the mix of anything in the water is the essence of bringing the life, because if the water fell just as pure distilled water and there was nothing mixed in it, it would be void of life, So that's a really interesting concept and in fact, I believe the formation of every single particle of a rain droplet, every single droplet of water of rain coming from the sky is formed around a particle of something, right? That little minute particles in the atmosphere actually are what helps form and bring the water together to have it fall back to the earth, which is a fascinating interrelationship. And that the more you pollute, that actually that could get somewhat cloudy, or like that the water stays, you get less rain in some ways. Like if you have more and more particles, and they get spread out more. But yeah.
And the relationship with the plants, specifically the big trees. California has significant droughts, and is that tied to the degree that we have denuded our forests and cut down the big trees? Because trees pull in from the ocean. I believe trees pull in water and draws it to the earth. Right? So especially the redwoods. And so, and as well as bringing water to the table and giving water a voice at the table, I believe that there's other living beings, specifically the redwoods, and specifically the cetaceans, and there's certain species that have such clear presence and intelligence that, you know, they play a very vital role. And I've had myself messages from a whale that told me very specifically that if they go, we go. Basically, you know, if the cetaceans do not have a world that they can thrive in, then life will change on Earth in a way that will basically reboot. And so opening up our councils to allow voices other than just humans, I think, is also really important to what I conceive that we're trying to do. And I just really want to acknowledge one of my new co-creative partners in this is Danielia Castell, who will be with me and Jay at the 7 o'clock or at the hour after you, Sunjata, in terms of really bringing in that and reminding me. I've always known it, but she really brought it as in terms of being an agenda item, is to include other, you know, not just give water a place at the table, but also some of these key species, because they're waiting for us to listen. You know, they're really waiting for us to listen. And so kind of giving voice to the seemingly voiceless and listening in a very deep way.
Great. And so I think we're kind of heading towards our checkouts as well. Albina, did you get a chance to finish up and check out? Oh, we lost Albina. All right. How about Temi Tope? Did you want to start checking out?
Honey, I'm working.
It's 6:45.
I didn't hear that. Say that again. Temi Tope, are you there? Are you on mute? Or, oh, am I on mute? What's going on? No, I'm not on mute.
No, we're hearing you.
Gino, did you want to check out? Or did you have any other questions? We answered that first question.
Yeah, the questions were well answered. Like, I still have some other questions, but I think we're running out of time.
To be continued.
Nice.
Can you tell me? Can you tell me where you're located, Gino, in the world?
I'm located in the Philippines.
All right.
Currently in Metro Manila. It's currently 8:45 p.m. But I'm still going to attend your session because it's interesting and I want to hear more about it. That for me, like, this topic about water is like giving much more much more details about my life, comparing it to the water itself, because like as we all know, like our body is also made out of water, as I remember from my chemistry class before, biology class before, like it's 80% water if I'm not mistaken, right? So like I know that water is very important for everyone, not just the people, not just the plants. Also, we have the ocean animals as well as the land animals as well. So I'm looking forward to this session we'll have, as well as Sujata's session, which it will be in a few minutes. So I'll see you guys later after that. That's my checkup. Yes.
So Gino, we're 80% by volume, but by number of molecules, by counting the number of molecules, we're 99% water, because water molecules are smaller.
Okay, I think
so. We are actually 99% water.
Got that by mistake, but it's close.
No, that's a little known fact. So it's not a mistake. It's just a new bit of wisdom.
Nice.
Thank you for correcting me there.
Yes, this whole new concept of molecular ecosystems, I think, is for me a fascinating concept. For example, we're talking about our bodies. I've been getting into microbiomes and just we have so many more, bacteria than just human cells, and then so thinking about, okay, well, we have so many more on a molecular level water, molecules than other molecules. It's fascinating. So let's make sure everyone gets a chance to check out Pressy Sujata. If you wanted to say any last things, and then I feel like Elizabeth, you have any closing words, and then I think we're pretty much done here.
Okay, I want to check out.
Uh-huh.
I'm so happy for the topic. It's very interesting, and it's a big issue in the world now because we are lack of fresh waters, and we are facing the global warming, which affects us a lot. Not only the water, but also the weather in the world. Um, Before, during the summer here in my place, it doesn't rain, but now even summer we have storms. So it's really conflict, and looking forward to discuss more on it. So I will be present for the next session about the water.
Great. Sujata, did you have any closing words or checking out?
We need to spread more awareness about the importance of water from all the four sides as life-giving. And if you want to respect the laws of nature, even life-taking. And if we can inculcate the spirit of respect, of deriving wealth out of water, I think all of us will take many leaps forward in protecting water on this earth.
Great. And Elizabeth? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just so excited. I'm just really honored to spend this time with you and to hear your words, and the global aspect of it is very, very exciting to have Tempe and Jay and I are in the same part of the world, but everybody else, it's just so exciting, and just really hope we can continue the conversation.
Nice. So I feel like we have a pretty good, I feel like we still haven't touched upon every component of what the water, next steps, and specifically, the blueprint would look like, but we have a good direction. We're going there. So there's like the water cleaning, the pollution aspects of it, access to water, the spiritual and personal connection to water, associations around water. There's the water portal, information about water and water activities. I feel like there's a component of the ecosystem, the tree planting, the species relationships with water that goes beyond just the water itself. There's just the purity of the water cycle, which is a connection point that a lot of people learn in school, which is important, that's come up. I feel like there's also the component of the water crises, which in and of itself is almost its own thing, because we're looking at a crisis of water as we go, if we plummet off the deep end on some of these issues. So I feel those are all components of these next steps in organizing and understanding how to solve some of our problems, and we can add that to our goals. And then under each one of these, there'll be like maybe a sub-paragraph to explain and understand that component, and that it will be a couple page document that we eventually would have for the blueprints. So I feel like we're good. So let's shift here. Thank you guys all so much for coming, and we will move on to our next topic. So let me just pull up the website, which I believe might be this. This is so Sujata is starting up next, and we have about a 5-minute break. And if I click on this Zoom, it looks like it's a different Zoom meeting. From the one that we're currently in. Let me just double check. So if I click on the previous one, it is, yeah, they're different Zoom meetings. So I'm gonna go ahead and just open up the other Zoom meeting and start a broadcast there. But if people are still here, we can try to connect you over, and we'll try to have both spaces able. So maybe either Gino, Pressy can stay here, and if anyone arrives here as well. Okay, but I think we should switch over. And if Sujata, do you have any problems, just let us know. Okay.
Can you put the link
Okay.
to the new one in this chat box?
Yes, that's a great idea. So if I come in here
Okay, I
to
will.
the schedule,
Thank you.
copy and paste into the chat box. And let's just go and remind ourselves.
Can you see it now?
So this is about total health, the energy field seen as light that responds,
Oh.
interacts, and influences life, mind, and health, scans the energy fields.
Jay, you put the same
Oh, did I get the wrong?
Zoom link we are using.
That is the weirdest thing. So I come in here, I copy this, copy, and then
Oh.
I paste. Yeah,
A
okay,
moment.
there we go. There we go. That works.
Is it me?
Oh yeah, you put the wrong one.
Okay, I put the wrong one. Sorry.
Nice.
Okay.
So I
Thank
think
you.
I'm just gonna continue to broadcast since the broadcast is working. Why mess it up, right? And then I'm gonna switch Zooms, and then we will, Pressy, you'll just let us know if there's anyone stuck over here, and then we'll just all get into the new Zoom. If we need to come back here, we will, and just do our best. Ideally, everyone will be on the email list, and we'll take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay, so.
Oh look, Sujata's
So I
here.
think I have to leave this and open that up, and you can join in there.
Do we have the password?
Okay, thank you.
Did we get the password?
We're going to leave the Zoom. I'm just here to
I think so.
remind if someone will join here.
Okay, but I tried to get in the other Zoom and
I can't hear you, Jay.
Oh, you can't hear me?
I guess you're on mute.
Not on mute. Maybe
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? It's just not mattering. All right. Check the
Okay.
Skype.
Is that good?
Skype.
Still the same.
We can't hear Jay.
So
No, it's still the same. We're supposed to be here.
Okay, I will.
We're supposed to have this session here.
I'll send it.
So it was the one you sent that brought us to this Zoom room. The one Jay sent.
I'll send it on the chat box.
Okay.
you would be helping with the technicalities of doing this?
Yes. We can.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you, Jay.
Okay. So Sujata, there was a password on your Zoom room, so if you want, you can just come to this Zoom room and do it here. Or if you can get the password, are you able to get the password for the other Zoom room?
Let me check.
Yeah, so if you can get Pressy or someone logged in on the other Zoom room, then we can have
Okay.
one person wait there, and then you could come over here. But as long as we have at least one person in each Zoom room, we should be fine, and then either room will work to do the presentation. Okay? And then if
Okay,
anyone
I
shows
will
up in the
go
other
to
room,
the
we just
next.
give them a link. But someone needs to be able
Okay.
to log in.
Does this have a password?
Yeah, when I try to get in, it's asked me for a password.
Is it? Okay. Just let me check it out. I did not keep a password, so just let me check this out.
Okay, was anyone else able to get into it? I'll try again as well, just to double check.
It's 7 o'clock.
Hello?
The Suhara's Zoom room has password. It's asking password.
Yeah. All right, well, let's just go ahead and do the session here. And let's just change the link on the website so that it will, on the Google Calendar, so that if anyone else clicks on it, they'll come here and we'll be good.
Okay, I think I have found the password.
Oh, excellent.
So.
And we'll also update the password on the website as well.
Okay, is that good? Can somebody just try joining in and tell me that the password works?
Yeah, so
I'll try.
Yeah, let's have everyone stay here, and then you can try the password on the other one. Let's have one person go. No, we'll keep this one open.
I'm gonna try it.
Okay, cool. I'm getting a lot of spinning wheel of death on the other computer while I'm trying to log in. But overall, we're good. I was thinking that it might make sense to end the stream and start a new stream, especially the password is working. Okay, that is excellent news. So
then I'll close this window and go into the link with that link with the password.
okay, you want to do that? Okay, that's fine. Sounds good. All right, so we're gonna, so Pressy, if you could stay here for a little bit and we'll go into
Yes.
the other location. And I'm not sure exactly how to update.
We can message on, we can leave message on Skype for the group.
Oh yeah, Skype it as well. So
Okay.
Can you give me the password?
oh nice, you're here. We got the
I'm
password
here.
finally. Yes. So password
Yeah, good.
is boom. You got it?
Yep.
Cool. All right, so we're all switching over. I think we learned one
Okay.
lesson here is that in the future it might make sense to just keep back-to-back sessions in the same room. So we'll do that in the future for sure. All right.
Okay, and can you post I may have, I had it in my copy and paste, but I may have lost it. Can you put the link here again? Because the link that's on the schedule brings me back here rather than to the new one.
Okay, I will put it here.
Thank you.
Oh, you're right. It has both
Okay.
linked on the schedule. Interesting. Huh. All right.
All right, see you there. Glad I worked it out.
Yes.
Hi, Elizabeth. Hi, Jay.
Hi.
Hello. I'm so excited to meet you both all
All over again.
in a new room.
In the new room. That's right. That's right. It's surprising how you have the tenacity to continue one conference after the other. It's amazing what you're doing, Jay. You have to
Well,
be there.
One a little 5-minute break and then keep on trekking. We're all here for
Yes.
helping and supporting, so it's good.
Yes. Yes.
But we do want to remember we do ideally we get a little bit of a break before the next session, which is an hour. So let's just jump in and do as much as we can. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So essentially, what I do is, okay, I have a little bit of a research background and very excited about the energy that makes things work. Dabbling a lot in Ayurveda, which is the science of life. It's not so herbal, it's much, much, much more. And way back when I started this line of my work, I came across a really wonderful instrument by which you could actually see the energy of everything. And it got me thinking that actually it's this that is making the world go round. It is this that is adding life to life. And if we can really understand what's going on and you're able to show it in a graphic manner, it's our children and our students who are really going to get the grasp of things. It's one thing, talking about something academically. It's quite another thing when you can show them something practically. And literally, images speak 1,000 words. So that was the effort. That if I could show in some manner what is happening, then people have a better inclination to changing their perspective about how we need to treat nature, how we need to go about our daily lives to actually, put into force a difference that all of us are desperately require, that all of us really desperately require. So I'm going to share my screen. That is going to be possible, Jay. And I'm going to show you some really beautiful images, a part of my life work. Okay, so just let me get this on and increase the image as much as possible. And here we are. Okay, so I'm sharing the screen. It's visible?
Yeah.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, that is good. So this is a little bit of photon technology. Photon means light, and technology over here means something that is assisted with instruments. And this is one way that we can remove the bias when we are talking about certain concepts and trying to convince people to actually change the way they think about life and how things are affecting us. So it's a little bit of a story, and I'd really love it if you ask me questions in the middle if you think it's necessary. So the story goes back to the 1930s when Dr. and Mrs. Dr. Kirlian in Russia, I think in their experiments, kind of figured out that living objects seem to emit light force around themselves. So if you can see the cursor, this is a leaf. Of course, this has been taken much, much later, which actually showed the light that is being emitted by a living creature. Now, this leaf obviously has been severed from the plant. So it has a diminishing life force, but it is still strong enough to give the impression of what actually life looks like. So we say that the body changes, the material that goes in passes on, and every cell is changing. So what is it that really binds us together? What is it that's working? And this energy, this life force, is something that is beyond the physical body. So this was shown in this experiment to the right-hand side, where the leaf tissue was torn away, and still you could see a complete a template of the leaf itself in light form. So it forced people to think a little bit different, that actually we are light beings and light is all around us and we are just the percolation of this energy. And what is the impact it has? Are we influenced by this energy, or can we influence another by this energy? So as teaching people, students, the concept of actual energy that governs life. So this is the slide that I was showing everybody, where that this life force can be seen in everything. It's not necessarily in a breathing human, but it is also there in the vegetable kingdom. And if you see over here, these are two lemons. One is a stale lemon and one is a fresh lemon. So that is the concept of the livingness, the life force in fresh things. Over here on the right hand side, there's a garlic and a capsicum. It's just been cut in half just to show you how it emits light. And if you can actually see the small seeds within the capsicum, they are kind of much more brilliant. So it is like the life force of the future. To the left again, there are two slices of bread. One is the flour bread, which is less of life, and one is whole wheat or multigrain bread, which is far more life supportive, far more light. So this was a way by which I was kind of teaching students what is it that actually we consume, what is it that is making us stick, and a little needed to frighten people about their dependency upon technology and electricity and all the electrical appliances. So this image over here, the one of the apple. Okay, here it is. This is actually just one apple. It's been sliced in half, And this one to the right hand side has been put into the microwave. So we're all very excited about eating microwave food, quick food. In a couple of seconds, food is ready. But look what is happening to the energy field. It is getting completely depleted. Not only that, it is getting completely mismanaged. So you see what nature has provided to us. There's a balance. There's a nice spread. And over here, something like a microwave can completely shatter the energy flow. So when you interfere with what nature has given and you try to superimpose it with technology, we mess things up, really mess things up. Now, energy is something that exists around everything, and energy, this kind of life force, is something that completely defeats science and physics and chemistry the way we know it. Biology, there's something different over there. What we call the prana shakti. Shakti is energy and prana is life force. So these were some of the images that were generated by a newer technology called polycontrast interference photography. And herein we were able to see that everything, whether it was a placard that you put on the wall, whether it's a pencil, whether it's a gemstone, or whether it's a rudraksha. Do you know what is a rudraksha? It is also known as the seed of Shiva. It's a plant seed, and it is supposed to carry, like water, memory. And this memory is something that can influence our life. And it is used for many rituals. It is used as a rosary bead, and many things. But that is something I'll tell you later about. But what I want you to see over here is a pencil. Here is also wood, but it is quite flat in its energy. On the other hand, what you have over here, the Rudraksha, is so much more dynamic. It has a pulsation. And of course, this is a still image, but when you see it through the technology camera, then you can really see the life force pulsating and interacting with everything around it. Okay. And when we are talking about earth and earth energies, this is what I want to show you, is that every plant, now animals we think have life, have souls, have thoughts, but plants also react very dynamically to our thought process, and I'm going to show that to you later. But this is the dynamism in the plants around us. Two different species, each one of them is vibrating with their own frequency, with their own dimension of energies. And which is why some of them we can eat and some of them can kill us, correct? There are herbal poisons as well. If you look at the images to the right hand side, these are different foods that we eat. And there's a green chili, there's wheat, and there's spinach, and some nuts. So each has its energy, and when we consume them, our digestive process actually absorbs that energy. And now you can imagine the one that I had shown to you previously, the microwaved apple. If you're going to absorb that kind of damaged and dearranged energy, what are we doing to ourselves? At the same time, the kind of pollutants we are chucking out into onto Earth, what is it doing to our ecosystem? Okay, so now I'm going to share with you something that is quite beautifully dramatic. Okay, we have two images. Both of them are of plant. And this is, of course, a part of the many thousands of experiments I was doing to really understand the dynamism of what is going on here. So this plant over here, if you can see with the cursor, it's very well balanced. It has a beautiful energy field. It has golden colorations. It's talking about high energies. And while doing this experiment, I was alone in the room with the plant. So it wasn't as if I was talking to somebody that my words could influence it. It was just a thought that what actually happens when you injure a plant. So just at that very given thought, this was it's an ongoing live camera, and I had to, kind of break images to capture this. And when I said that I'm going to cut a branch to see what happens, and there I cut it. In this image over here, you can see that the tree has been cut. But if you look at both the images, you see the dramatic change in the aura of the whole tree. It's responded to injury. We don't even think twice about uprooting trees around the world. Just don't think twice about. Are we really damaging a beautiful energy interaction in our ecosystem? Not only that, if you look at it quite carefully, you see this is the branch that I cut over here. There is a void of energy. Not only that, if you look at the opposite side, the energy is kind of crying. It has gone into depression. This was very startling for me. And again, if you come back to the first image over here, as you can see, that the plant itself has given itself a kind of painkiller. Somehow it has deadened the energies around that branch. I didn't go to touch that tree before doing this experiment, but the tree understood my mind. And I wasn't thinking too much. I just said, let me try this. This was a series of plants being done. Lots of potted plants went under the camera, but this is the only one that I really cut. So just look at the damage that has been done. Is this what we are doing to our ecosystem? By damaging plants, pruning them for no reason, what is happening? This is how we are damaging our balance of beautiful energies around Earth. Another thing, when I saw this image, I understood the value of actually what people are doing in herbal medicine. I don't know what people do in China. Herbal medicine is very strong over there, but a form of Ayurveda is also herbal. And before you actually source the herbal extracts, or before you go to source the bark, the root, the tree, the leaves, the fruit, the flowers of a tree that you're going to use for medicinal value, you actually pray to that plant. You pray to that plant and you tell him, I request you to part with your energies, give me a part of yourself, so it will contribute to the health of many. And it was only with the permission of the plant, it is only with this kind of prayer that you actually take the different parts of the plant and use them for medicine. Of course, today everything is so different. It's commercial. You have farms of medicinal plants that you harness for medicine. But, well, this is what is done traditionally. So tradition has a great value here. Now, this is again another beautiful experiment that was done, is that every object, this is a crystal, a quartz crystal, has a very beautiful energy. Your hand has its own energy. But when two objects come together in your hand, something quite dramatically different happens. You're able to see the golden aura that is created. Now, this is because this crystal actually is one of the healing crystals that is used in our clinics. So it obviously has been imbibed with the spirit of goodness, of nurturing, of healing. And the energy field that it created was very golden and very beautiful on its own. But can you imagine the umpteen number of times we have objects around our home, our office, our environment that are not conducive to life? Then what happens? Then again, we are completely disrupting the life forces that support us. And this is a very powerful example to actually put across the concept of Feng Shui or Vastu Shastra, where they tell you to declutter. And in declutter, it is beyond emotions. It is being too lazy to put aside things that you don't need that are broken, or there is so much sentimental attachment with things that are actually detrimental to us. This is magic images. Now, the words we speak also make a great impact on your environment. This is, of course, the procession of a prayer that we call Agnihotra. It is appeasing to the fire gods to change the environment. So this image is before the process started, during, and at the end of the prayer. So when you go to a temple or you go to a place of worship, or if you have your own little temple at home, you understand now why you feel so good to be there, why you feel so good to go into temples, into churches, or in any place where there are, happy chants done, happy thoughts being exchanged, is because the environment has such golden energies that interact with us on an ongoing basis. And it is very gratifying. So there are so many experiments going on around the world where they're actually talking about the benefit of chanting, the benefit of meditation, the benefit of prayer, the benefit of passing these divine sounds, the mantras, the prayers into water which flows. And we did an experiment. I was looking for the images, but I couldn't find it. Wherein we just took common water, put it into two glasses. One of the glass was, given a lot of blessings, a prayer, and the other one was just kept aside, brought in, and the image taken. It is dramatic. The water really carries the memory, and now one would turn around and say, water has life. Yes, it responds. It responds to your thoughts. I think Dr. Moto has done fantastic experiments on water crystals that carry the impression of the sounds. You must have heard it a few days back also. So when we're talking about ourselves, when we're talking about how we influence the environment, here is one experiment that tells you how. And when we are doing correlative studies and actually finding out that who are the people who can really put this across, who carries that dynamism of energy. And a couple of days back was the International Yoga Day. So those people who follow yoga, and yoga does not mean exercises. It's a mindset. It's a mindset where you respect nature, where you respect humanity, where you work together towards peace. So who are these people? How do we identify their mindset? So this was just an experiment I'm sharing with you. Here is one guru. The time when this image was taken was when he was 102 years old. So you can see, like, again, if you come a little bit back towards physics, our eyes are able to see light in two ways. One, which is reflected, so we can see a color, and the other, which is radiated, which is delineated from the object, but which makes quite a different impact. So this is radiation of energy. The same kind of energy is seen in many holy objects, in many holy scriptural books, in temples. I'm going to share that with you. And this is not something that happens one off with one person. These kind of images have been taken from so many sadhus, so many monks, priests, and those with very benevolent hearts. And it's amazing. It's just like this. Your stressful minds are also seen in these aura scans. And this is what we are doing actually to identify in case people are getting so stressed out that they really need some medical help. So that is one of the works that became as an offshoot of all of this research. This is, of course, the way your mind works. So over here we have a monk, and monks are taught to love and respect everybody unconditionally. They don't judge. So you can see the aura around him is blissfully pink. It's beautiful. This man over here is doing different tantric yogic practices, and he's able to draw in energies that are quite beyond this world. So the energy field around him is startling. It's like a laser beam. This gentleman is good thinking, nice thoughts, stable, okay, good. This man over here, if you look at the left and the right, it's completely out of sync. This is one of the persons who was on drugs. And this is what we are doing to the manner in which our brain works, to the manner in which our thoughts process. And when I say drugs, it is not necessarily narcotics. Just think about it. All the fast food we eat, all the packaged goods we consume, these are layered with preservatives, which in a very twisted manner, in a twisted way, factually are drugs. They are actually ruining our system, our body. And that is how these chemicals are completely smashing the stable energy field of our ecosystem. So this is one proof to show that this is how chemicals work on us. So coming back to earth and earth energies, we are aware of the fact that we select where we build our home. We select where we build our institutions. We select on earth where we build our temples. Those who are working with earth energies are well aware of the ley lines, that is the magnetic and the gravitational and the energy forces that surround and flow through earth, and how at the intersections there is a different spark. So there are places on this earth where traditionally and throughout history, there is feel good factor, there is divinity, there are life forces that are beyond normal. And of course, those are the places which command very high dimension energy. And all of us like to be there. So these are some of the images. Now, India is a country of temples. I can't think of any place where you won't find a variety of temples. But what is very special is that somehow the structure that forms this temple, it is sacred geometry. And if you have heard about the Shri Yantra, those people who are into esoteric science and energy work understand what is Shri Yantra. So this is a Shri Yantra that is drawn on a plate, and the energy scan is out of this world. And it was just too high and too brilliant. It just masked out everything else. And this temple over here, the sky is clear and fine, but you see the energy lines. It's huge, which is why we are drawn to go and be there. Now our rivers, our mountains, the lakes, so many sanct sections of the forests. You go over there and you feel like you're in a divine place. It's because the energies over here are so profound, and that is reflected in these energy scans. So if we can identify
It's
these people,
7:30.
these places, we can urge people to be there so they develop this love and respect for Gaia, for Earth, for Mother Earth, for nature. Now, there is a process by which certain people can draw down this energy into temple areas or other places. In India, it's a huge process which is called Pran Pratishthan. So this is an image of a building under construction, but because of the specific chanting, because of the prayers which are done over here, I'm sure this is the same process irrespective of which culture, of which religion, of which place on the earth you choose. When the medicine man, the divine guru, when he sits and chants and pulls in divinity upon earth, this is how the dynamism of the energy must look. It's like it's vertical fall. If you see the previous image over here, it's kind of layered, it's kind of stabilized. But if you see this next image, it's just pulling down the energies. And that is done with words, with mantras. And do you know which is the most powerful mantra? Simple. Thank you. Thank you has the power to make the other person feel good. Yeah. So these are the kind of, if you see any of the prayers, irrespective of which culture they come from, they are appeasing the deities, they are appeasing the higher forms, and kind of, hoping that they, in their love and benevolence, are able to shower us with the energies that we need. This is just another image to show you how energy is entrapped in different prayer zones. Now, of course, if you have come to India or if you have seen any of the temples, they're very exotic. And these are the structures that are built around the deity or the sanctum sanctorum, where energy is entrapped. And it is not necessary to be so elaborate. More or less, I feel around the world, people have heard about Sai Baba. So this is my little shrine at home, and this is the photograph of Sai Baba and another incarnation of his. And this is the kind of energy field that is generated simply by keeping positive images around us. And this is something that I have seen even with images of waterfalls, images of forests, images of lofty mountains, of beautiful flowers. When you keep these around you, irrespective, I mean, like one would imagine that I'm reacting very happy to see a butterfly or to see a flower, but they on their own carry that inherent energy that can influence where you are. So always surround yourself with happy things. It makes a lasting impact, and it's not magic. It's very real. It's very, very real. Coming to the absolute flip side, these are the good things, but also the current technology, and out of all the pollutions that people talk about very easily, they're talking about water pollution, they're talking about air pollution, about noise pollution, about chemical waste. But there is one pollution that is not spoken of very often, and that is the pollution that is created by the electricity poles, by your mobile transmissions. All of this is the kind of disturbance just a common electricity pole can do. There's a lot of research that is telling us how these bursts of ions, electronic ions, is disrupting life form. So much of research is going on into understanding how the cables that are put into the rivers and the oceans, passing electric impulses and sound waves and our mobile and connectivity and everything, that is distorting the life in the oceans. Also, all of us are aware that it's very difficult to live below these kind of electric poles. Nowadays, you have these towers for your Wi-Fi, for your 3G, 4G, 5G, and at least a few years back, there was a huge cry about how the little birds, the little sparrows, have died in urban areas where there are so many of these electric poles. A little bit of study, and it was told to us that it has completely disoriented the manner in which they respond to nature, they respond to day and night, they respond to recognizing food. And the bird species were getting extinct in urban region, whereas in rural region where there is less of this pollution, it was still better. So I'm sure the technology giants are thinking differently about how to treat this technology that now all of us have become so dependent on. And it is a little scary that today it seems that the coronavirus is killing us, but tomorrow it is our dependency on this kind of energy that is going to change us. We are going to mutate into something we are not. And it is so essential for movements in water, like I was just trying to tell Elizabeth in the previous session, that it is one thing cleaning our water bodies, but we need to think more about how not to pollute it. Because if we don't pay more attention to not polluting, then we are going to be defeating it, because we're going to have to continuously clean. Like we're going to have to continuously create systems of medicine, of treatment, to counter the number of brain cancers that are growing because of these electronic tower poles and everything. Now the situation is different all around the world. I can understand that, and you can appreciate that in a country like India, where we are growing very fast, and we are adopting all the means that are available to us in high-tech technology, and how it is disrupting everything over here. And I spent a lot of time in Europe. I spent a lot of time in Singapore. I spent a lot of time in Canada and in Turkey, in Israel. Whatever I saw around me was something that alarmed me. And I find it so important to share with people images like this, that when they see what this technology is doing to Gaia, to Earth, to all the aspects of Earth, to the soil, to the air, to the water. And this really actually carries the strength of the message that I was trying to convey earlier, that I think we will be better off if we start paying more attention to not polluting, then find ways of cleaning pollution. Okay, so this was a very it's a kind of presentation. I do these all around the world, all the time, in kind of exciting people in a visual manner to actually understand what's going on. And there are ways and ways of educating our young people, the children going to school, because they grasp things so fantastic. You know, they're children, yes, but they are imbibed with the energy of and the spirit of actually loving earth way beyond our imagination. You give them information like this and they are struggling to make a change, and they are the only ones who are going to really revive Mother Earth. They're going to clean our waters, they're going to keep them clean, they're going to defeat pollution, they're really going to do something about global warming. And this is the medium through which I reach out to everyone. So that's what I had to share with all of you. And of course, I want to share something more with you. It has got nothing to do with the work that I've done so far. But today, by the lunar calendar, the onset of full moon has begun. And in all the year, there are, I think, about 54 full moons, 54 cycles. And this particular lunar full moon is called Guru Purnima. It is that time of the year when we pay our respects to our teachers, our gurus, our guide. And it is celebrated with a lot of pomp. We love our teachers, and the concept of a guru is not teacher, but he's a guide. He's your soul. He's the one who takes you higher in any field that you choose, whether it's spiritual or educational or to make money or politics. It doesn't matter. But this is the day when we really revere our guru. So I'm going to end my presentation with my ode to my own guru. This is his photograph. And while taking this photograph, trust me, nobody had put a flashlight on his heart. It is his love that is radiating over there. And it's one of those magical images that you come across. And his message to the whole universe is very simple. He says there is nothing as powerful as the energy that resides within you. You need nothing in this entire universe if you can love yourself, if you can respect yourself, if you can invoke the energies that lie within, then all solutions are very simple to come by. Then you really don't need anything else, because within you lies the whole universe. So love it. And this is my way of loving it. So that's it. That is my presentation.
Nice. Cool. Thank you. Oh, I was muted. Thank you so much, Sujata. It's there's still plenty of time. Did you do questions or discussion, or do you want to wrap up, or?
I don't mind wrapping up. If anybody does have a question, welcome.
Ooh, questions.
But what you, yes. But of course, Jay, if it is possible to share this video, then tell me how, and I'll be happy to do that.
Does anyone have any questions or any other things they want to share, or hear more from Sujata?
I don't have a question, but I found the discussion, I found the topic very interesting, and
It's really amazing, and it wakes me up because I only know the air pollution, and I know that the technology can pollute, can affect and pollute the earth, but it also wake me up because for me, I'm planting trees to contribute to heal the Mother Earth. I have a lot of trees on my backyard, and I'm doing this just to contribute because I heard someone telling that if the pollution is like a domino effect, also healing earth will be like a domino effect also.
Yes.
If the healing will start on one person, it will generate and spread with the others. Like for
Yes.
example, when one person see you, oh, she's planting plants, so maybe someone will copy it and plant also,
Yes.
plant trees also.
Yes.
But aside from planting trees and planting vegetables, we also use a lot of gadgets in our home. So it wakes me up that not only from conserving and planting trees, you have to conserve energy also.
Yes.
Try to use less of those technologies, and as long as um, we can use the culture or the native way or primitive way of cooking, or because I have oven, we usually bake and cook bread. So it it really, I think it's really contribute a lot for the pollution. So
Yes.
it's a great call that as long as we can less the usage of technology, we
Yes.
have to.
Yes. The whole world is shifting towards wind energy, solar energy, water energy, and that is definitely going to make a dramatic difference. So that
Yes.
those are the technologies, like I had said earlier. If we try to pollute less, then we'll have to worry less about dealing with pollution. So these are the different forms of energy that are renewable and natural. And yes, the energy that is derived from solar panels don't have the same kind of disturbed energy frequencies like electricity has. So I hope the newer generation works hard on that.
Yes. Planning to shift on the solar, solar energy because it's also saved me a lot of money.
True, very true,
Yes.
very true. And you know something? If you start cooking in solar energy cookers, the food retains all the nutrition and it's very tasty.
It's
Try it. I do
7:45.
it at home.
Okay. Okay. That's great. Thank you.
So Jay, that was wonderful. Thank you so much. I'll try to figure out a way to hand over the Zoom recording to you, and let's hope more people can hear it.
Definitely, and we also were broadcasting live, and the two sessions got fused, and we just trying to do a whole nother broadcast would be, more work. But I'm probably just gonna keep going into the next one as well. But it's on there live as well, so that recording should be there. So more recordings, the better, and just keep sharing the information. And we'll be
Yes.
doing more sessions. Like the Venus session comes up on July 10th, and then we have other sessions in the future. So you're always welcome to connect in with us. We are definitely interested in building more outreach and people relations models. That for me, that's one of the hardest parts. Is like, you get everything set up in the infrastructure and the actual foundation, right? And then how to like get it out there, put out the light.
Transmit
So
it out. Yeah.
we'll be continuing to work on it, and it's just an ongoing collaboration and process, and
Yes. Yes.
we'll just keep going. So there's next month and next year, and it just never stops. So
It's
you're
going to
always,
keep getting better.
yes, you have a home here anytime. So it's just it's just another place of your many places that you can go and share and connect to the world. So it's just wonderful.
Yes. Yes.
Great. Do you know,
Thank you,
or
everybody.
Temetopi, did you have any other questions or anything? Or
For me, I don't have any questions, but like I appreciate the what you presented here now, because like for the energies as well, like for the plants that you mentioned, like once when you cut one stem or one branch of it, the whole tree will just feel the energies of it would just go down, or like it would be depressed, or like it for like normal people or average people like me, it's usually it's not usually it's not how people it's people cannot see like the emotions of like plants or any other living things that like can, what do you call this, can show emotion. But like from what you from what you've showed us here in your presentation, it was actually really what do you call this, depressing, because like once I've seen it, and when you explained it to me, it was or explained it to us, it was like oh, like if we're always cutting trees, there is always like that what do you call that, there is always that um feeling of sadness, because like that's like a part of that tree that probably needed that part of like the branch or something like that. And like we didn't even stop to think that, oh, they have these living things also have emotions about it. Because like now that I've more uh think about it, like the whole concept of this, or like the whole topic of this, is like anything that, or any living thing that can grow has emotions, even if it's plants or like crops you have in your backyard. Like if it's something that grows, or something that is really like attached to the person, like for example like a previous like special thing that you have at home, or like a special necklace, there it will always have this aura or energy that binds with you. So for example, you have that positivity in you, it also like grabs onto that material thing you have, like as you've also discussed in like with the gem or the crystal. So like this is like a very interesting topic, and like I'm glad that you discussed this to me, because like it opened like a lot of concepts in my mind that I would, you know, talk about, or like would bring up in the future as well. Thank you.
Cool.
So
Beautiful.
thank you
And for
so much.
me,
Oh, Tame Tope.
what I'm looking at is the energy that comes from pipelines and not ordinary pipelines, the power lines now. So I kind of think about it that there's people build houses under these power lines, and now I'm trying to imagine what kind of energy that might actually be revolving around them, energy that might actually be hovering around them. And over time, I'm thinking that, just like you said, we don't know which kind of mutation that can occur in such an environment. So maybe we get to see people developing some kind of maybe habits that are just peculiar to people that live under these power lines and things like that. So it's as much as we claim that, oh, okay, we have these things, and people really don't care about the effects that things like this would bring to their life, or to their personal, to their physical or mental development. I believe that it's about time. As much I know governments, like my governments, they still say, oh, don't build houses along power lines. Don't, but people still build houses there. People still live under these power lines. I just feel that people need to be more self conscious and protect themselves when it comes to things like this. We never can tell what the side effects of the energy is coming from these so-called power lines can have on um, the individuals and even the children. Imagine a pregnant woman staying under such a condition. We don't know the kind of effect such energy can have on the unborn child, and what mutations they can cause in the cells of those. So I feel that more information, they have enough, but we can never underemphasize the importance of sending more information to this set of people, so that they will understand the dangers that comes with their staying in such an environment.
Yes, and this is a beautiful platform. It just will radiate from here on.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you all so much. I'm gonna take a little break and just remind you all
Yes.
on the chat we have the next session, which is for the water sovereignty, about giving water own rights and representation and recognition. And so that is that has a password as well, Water Unity, but the link is there. So I was gonna jump on that, and then we get a little few minutes break. Any last words, Sujata, to leave us with?
Love yourself. There's nothing more important than you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Blessings. Take
Bye.
care.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Very, very much.
Five-minute break. Oh, we're here.
And yes, the group's coming over. Woohoo!
Cool. I'm gonna go grab some water and take a quick break, and but I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Hello, Pressy.
Hello.
Welcome, Jay. Pressy is in the Philippines. Pressy, I'd like to introduce you to
Danalia.
Danalia. Get the accent
Hi.
right.
Hello, Prissy. Pressy? Prissy.
Pressy. Pressy.
Pressy. Thank you very much. Blessings.
Okay. Nice to see you. Nice to meet you.
Beautiful. Is your video is off at the moment?
Yes, because it's quite dark in my place. Because I have a child. He's already sleeping, and when I turn on the light, he's gonna be awake.
I got it. So you're on a covert water mission.
Yeah.
And Pressy was sharing with us how the farmers in the Philippines manage their water.
Yes. And also the government is stepping for cleaning the most famous river in my place. It's Pasig River. It's really
Yes.
famous in my place. It's the dirtiest river in the world before. It's really dirty, but now the government is cleaning it, and I'm happy that now the fish caught in the river is edible. Before they are not allowing people to eat the fish because it may cause them as diseases, like for example diarrhea or something like that.
Yes. Yes.
And
How
they
many?
don't let
I was going to say, how many years did it take for the?
they just started it last year, and hopefully early this year we have a good result, because late last year they cleaned the water in the Pasig River, in the Manila Bay, and early this year we have a good result because they are not letting people to dive in the water, but now people, like for example on the hot season, they're on the sea. They are letting the people to dive in the water before the pandemic came.
And do you know what they did to clean the water?
They just have daily daily cleaning up and dumping all the garbage from the Manila Bay and Pasig River, and they organize some youth to to have to clean, to have a regular cleaning of the site. And they also use some technology, like for example they use some camera to know how dirty the water is.
So the pollution was mostly from garbage as opposed to
Yes.
chemicals
Ha-
or
From the city.
that's
Yeah.
that's an easy one to do. That's, you know what I mean? That's a first line um, game changer, is to remove these objects. So water's own ability to recover can
Yes.
flourish.
And also Boracay, the beautiful island of Boracay. We really we rehabilitated the Boracay island because yes, Boracay is very beautiful, but the water is unsafe. And as the president did, he he reduced the water. He reduced the people occupancy in Boracay. Before, there is no limit of visitor and tourists. Now we have a limit of tourists, and we are not allowing the tourists to eat beside the bay, the beach.
Because it was partially their litter that was ending up in the.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. There's so many ways that our behavior can change once
Yeah.
there's willingness, right? Once there's willingness, things can happen very quickly um, uh, to reverse itself. And of course, we know Mother Earth can.
Can heal itself.
She can, yeah, absolutely. We just need to get out of the way. And it's kind of cool because we have our own work to do as a species, right? Individually, and we're learning how to work together on behalf of a greater good. We all have our role to play in this in this life, you know, this our
Yes.
life.
I'm
Hi,
unable.
is that Gino?
Yeah, Gino.
Hello.
Gino.
Hi.
Hi, Gino.
Hi, Jim.
Hi there.
Good morning, Jim.
Good morning.
Excited that you're here.
Me too. Excited I'm awake.
Yeah, I know. Well, you've got the 4 o'clock
It's 8
crew
o'clock.
here.
I know. Some of you guys are much earlier.
Jay, Gino, and Pressy and I were the early birds.
Yes, going nonstop since what? We're on hour 4 now. We're going into hour 4, hour 5. 4 a.m. to hour
Heading
5.
into hour, yeah,
5, hour 5.
yeah, heading into hour 5.
I feel more energized and invigorated than ever in some ways.
Yeah,
So,
me
That's a
too.
good thing.
And we had a woman from India, Sunjata,
Sunjata,
and
yeah.
we had 2 folks from West Africa, Albina and how do you say his name?
Temi Tope.
Temetope.
Yeah, Temi Tope. So we shared with water and and Maya's coming, beautiful. So Jim and Maya are part of the Loving Waters Council. And so we welcome the Loving Waters Council to this conversation as being the beautiful beings that they are. And their commitment to our water.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I get called many things. Beautiful being is not usually one of them.
Well, I'll call you that again.
Good morning.
Jim has something called the Earth Mother Sanctuary and the White Otter. I'm not sure what the group is, but we'll go around and do introductions. I know that Maya is on. Hello, Maya. What beautiful faces we have this morning. I'd just like us to come into resonance and suggest that if you have some water, whether it's from your tap or from collected in sacred sites all over the world, whatever it is, it's all sacred, it's all beautiful. And this is my way of inviting water to the conversation and to the table, and share it with you and invite you to do the same. I also, there you go, Jim. I also keep water right by my bed so that when I'm dreaming, I know that water is informing me as I dream. Just ask us to put your hand on your heart, both hands on your heart, and take a deep breath and really connect to that intake of air, that oxygen, which is really just the ocean rarefied. That is the return of the water cycle, is the atmosphere that we breathe. And feel your heartbeat. Feel that electromagnetic pulse, that conductor of our life force. And knowing that our heart is not a mechanical pump. Our heart is a magnificent metabolic ecosystem, and that its health and wholeness integrates our entire body with itself and with the life force. Imagine that breath as we breathe it in, turning the blood that has given its all to our body. The oxygen has been used by our cells. It's now blue blood. It's no longer red. It's now a different color. And when we take a breath, the oxygen within our atmosphere that we're receiving from our essential source water enlivens the blood in our body, the water in our body, and carries this vital life force to every single cell. And we hold that as a truth, a core truth, knowing that with each breath we can vitalize ourselves, revitalize ourselves into full health and optimum function. That every cell is well. Knowing that this is connected to all waters on the planet, we just take a minute to come into unity, that water unity, with our bodies, with our hearts, with our minds, our spirit. And in this moment of water unity, we fully ask water to come have an honored place in this circle. And let it be known that we are listening and we are together. So we'll take a few minutes in silence, just 1 minute in silence, and then I give the bowl to Danielia to bring us even deeper into this.
Welcome to Dana. Whenever you're ready.
Good morning. Thank you, Elizabeth. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, all clear.
Just as you, before you began to lead us into our connections with ourselves and our waters, I was guided to pick up the flute. And so I'm really grateful that you brought Air's consciousness in with us.
If you would like to record this meeting, I'm not sure that it's being recorded.
Thank you, Dana. That's a good reminder. So I'd like to offer a bit of sound from both our tree and our a wind instrument, just to really expand on the atmospheric space, as well as to complement this deep listening water field that we've connected to. Elizabeth and myself have been in deep communion with our waters this week, and I'm very excited to be here and to be with others who obviously are carrying pieces of the Water Council picture, vision. I'm reminded we're at the beginning of a journey this weekend in which we are calling in, what and who and how our water councils may come into being. And one thing that's become abundantly obvious is, as Elizabeth already spoke to, is our water elemental creators have their own place at the table, and they have their own voice. And in addition, the specific bodies of water that live outside on our earth also have their voice in the local watersheds and with the local people. And so just to begin, I'd love to go around, and I'm simply going to say my name and where I am physically on our beloved earth, and what's the closest body of water to you at this moment. So simply that, so we can bring all of us with our voices into center and the bodies of water that are living right with us. So my name is Danalia Castell. I'm in northern British Columbia, on unceded Lheidli T'enneh territory. And although Ishtako Fraser River is a few blocks from my home, I'm actually closer to the Hudson Bay wetland. So I acknowledge the Hudson Bay wetland, and I welcome the wetland to the table. Who would like to go next?
Well, I can go next. My name is Jay Blas Jacob Cabrera, and I am in California, in the San Francisco Bay Area, in Palo Alto area, and the closest water body is the Francisquito Creek. It is small and quite paved over, which is sad, but there's other parts of it that aren't paved over, so it's all there. There are, the tubes. I'm just so happy to be here. Blessings.
Thank you, Jay. Welcome, San Francisco Creek. How do you say that?
Yes,
Welcome.
it is like San Francisco except for a small one. San Francisquito.
San Francisquito?
Yeah, so ito in Spanish is small, so San Francisquito.
San Francisquito.
Yeah.
Thank you, little one. Welcome, little one, and thank you because you're bringing that underwater energy. You're bringing that consciousness as well. Thank you. Welcome. Someone else.
Good morning. I'm Maya Shaw Gale. Can you hear me?
Yes.
And I'm in Southern California, and I'm in the Santa Barbara coastal watershed, and I am right next to Carpinteria Creek, which flows into Grandmother Ocean, Pacific Ocean. And I'm really just 1 minute walking away from the beach here. But I also have a train that goes by. In this area, the train runs right by the coast. So at some point during the meeting, I may have to mute myself for the train. But this conjunction of Carpinteria Creek and Pacific Ocean is exactly where the Chumash village of Mismaloya was, where the builders of the canoes called Tomals lived. The ocean-going Chumash.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, Carpinteria. Carpinteria Creek. Yeah. And beautiful Pacific Mother Ocean. The salt waters and the sweet waters. Wow. Welcome. Thank you. Someone else.
Aloha, my name is Dana Tomasino. I am in Henderson, Nevada, and there is a small wetland nearby, but I would say the largest major body of water is Lake Mead.
Beautiful.
And I just wanted to say that our friend Glow is trying to get into the meeting, and I'm going to resend her the link that I used because I had some trouble with some of the links, and I'm not sure if she's in the waiting room, but she's trying.
Yeah, send her the link that got you in. Thank you. Because she's not in the waiting room.
Dana, can I ask you a question? She must be muted. Okay, someone else.
Okay, I'm Prezi. I'm from the Philippines, and maybe the nearest body of water I have here is, I don't know if it is a river or it's a swamp. Right after my backyard, it's on my backyard. So it's look like a river, but it's kind of polluted and nearby the residential area. So it's look like a swamp now.
Does it have a name?
I don't know if it has a name, but it's a long river connected by someone told that it's from the mountain, connected from the mountain.
Thank you. Welcome, river that is most nearest to Pressy, and we acknowledge that you are not currently in your original condition, that in fact us and our detritus is now mostly in your body. And we give thanks for your patience while we are learning how to live with you and other waters inside our body and outside of us with respect and with love. And so thank you for bringing your medicine and your teachings to the table and your reminder of why we're here, and the partnership that the divine partnership that is in the original design with ourselves as a species and you and your kin. So welcome, River. Someone else.
I'll go next. My name is Juliano I. Suarez, but most people call me Gino for short. I'm also currently living in the Philippines. The nearest body of water near my home is called the Ibayo Creek. Ibayo means the opposite side of the river, according to our history, and I'm not sure why it's called like that, but apparently it's called like that because it separates a village and another village, and apparently there was a history about them that they were enemies before, like, and I'm not sure when was that, but it was a bit later, so I'm not sure it was discussed in my history before. That's all.
Thank you. Welcome, Ibayo Creek. Just really acknowledging we have several small bodies of water that are in our circle. So welcome, Ibayo. Someone else.
Okay, I'll take the stick. Jim Gray Wolf Petruzzi. I am in Pennsylvania currently. I'm near a lot of bodies of water, all of which feed into the upper Chesapeake Bay. So we have small waters and large waters. I'm very close to the Octoraro Reservoir, but I'm also very close to the meeting of the Susquehanna and the Conowingo. Conowingo means where the rapids flow. This was a lot of Native American territory here before. The Lenape, the Nanakoke, many tribes were here because of all the waters. And the waters brought life, and the waters brought food and animals. So it's a very sacred water place, and I'm proud to be here and glad to be here right now.
Wow, thank you, Jim. Oof. I'm sure everyone else can too feel the community and the ancientness of this watershed, this nexus where all the different kinds of water come together and live harmoniously. So hi and thank you to this community. Welcome to the table. Welcome by bringing your living community and its wisdom into our circle. Hi.
This is Elizabeth. I'm feeling very called to really honor a certain lineage of water bearers, water holders. When Jim brought forth the Chesapeake, recognizing and acknowledging that that's one of my ancestral watersheds, and both in the indigenous and in the European, coming in very early in 1630, and have the relative of Pocahontas. Wasn't really her actual name. It was an adopted name, but through the Bolings and Duke de la Ware. So Pocahontas being the peacekeeper, and so related to the initial conflict on this continent, and really just want to see in this moment that we are healing. We have, in my own body, I feel the ability to heal that. And so I am now, I count my home watershed to be the Dawa Aga of the Washishu people in the High Sierras, as that's where I grew up, and that's my heart watershed. And I always evoke that sacred heart of the planet. I'm currently in and have lived for many years on the Uba, which is the territory of the Nisinan, and this is in Gold Country. And the Nisinan are still here, and they're still stewarding the water. Even in being ground zero in the development of California, they are still here, and want to honor Shelley Covert for the work that she's doing in making sure that the voice of the Nisinan is heard. So in her honor, I evoke the Uba. And I'm on the South Fork. I'm actually on Squirrel Creek. My closest body of water is Squirrel Creek, which runs into the Uba, which runs into the Feather, which it runs into the mighty Sacramento. And there are some mighty rivers, the gods and goddesses rivers, and the Sacramento is one of them. And I bring them, and I bring the headwaters of the Sacramento, which comes out from the base of Mount Shasta as a fully formed river. You've been to this headwaters, you will know the power of which I speak. It doesn't begin as a trickle, it begins in a flow. So thank you all for being here within my body, and as I can do my best to translate for you. We are together, we are here.
Thank you, Elizabeth, and thank you for bringing in the mountains. One of the nature elders I consider one of my beautiful teachers at this time. Mountains stability, mountains ability to hold its center deep in the earth and up outside. And thank you to each of the rivers and the headwaters that have been brought in. We honor you and we welcome you to our council today.
So Glo has joined us, and Temi Topi from Nigeria, and Glo is in Costa Rica.
I don't see Glo. Why do I not see Glo?
Oh, she's trying again. Okay, got her in. Thank you for helping with that, Dana.
Yes,
must be jumping in and out. Cool.
Okay, there she is.
Yay.
There she is.
So Glo and Topi, we're just introducing our closest body of water and inviting it to join us. So give you the opportunity to do that. Danalia, you have something to say?
Just say that, yes, please introduce yourself by name and where you physically are on the earth, and yes, the name of the body of water that is closest to you in space. Temi Tope, would you like to start?
Okay, so when you mean a body of water that is closest to me, I smiled in the sense that okay, so I'm based in Nigeria, Abuja, the capital of Nigeria to be precise. And when we talk about the mass of water, I really would not know how to explain that, in the sense that all we know is that water is good, and water water has no enemy. Generally, water is friends to everybody. And so when you say the closest mass of water to me, I would say generally it's the rainwater that is the closest mass of, okay, maybe the well water too, because we do much of well water around here. Most people call it borehole, but we do more of well water. So I would say maybe that's the closest mass of water to me personally. But generally speaking, yeah, we do. Here we don't know whether water is wasting or water is not wasting, but to a large extent we try to do the little we can to protect the source of water that we take in, so that because if you don't, as much as water is friends to everybody, if you don't protect the water you take in, definitely it will not be your friend. Because it means you just take anyhow water, and there's so much of we have so much of coronavirus, but at the same time we have so much of malaria, fever, and typhoid all around, and most especially typhoid is caused when you take water that is not so good, apart from diarrhea and the rest. But you have to protect the source of your water.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Temitope. Thank you. Whew. We welcome the waters of the wells. Thank you for your abundant offering to the people who live near to you. Thank you for bringing the wisdom of the underground energy, the hidden energy. And we also welcome your collaboration in learning how to keep you clean, so that you are giving life sustaining energy as you're designed to do to the people who live in and around you. So blessings and thank you and welcome, welcome, welcome.
It's 8:30.
Is Glow? Yes. Hello, Glow. Welcome. Please introduce yourself, where you are on the earth, and where's the closest body of water to you at the moment.
Hi, Daniela. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for being here. My name is Glow. I'm here in Costa Rica, in Dominical, and the closest body of water is the Pacific Ocean, and it's about probably 50 meters that way. Very close to the water. I'm actually probably gonna jump off quickly to go jump in the water, since we have our restrictions up until 9:30 now. That it used to be for 2 hours in the morning that you could go to the ocean, but now they open it up to up until it's 8:30 where I am right now. So until 9:30, you can go to the ocean. So yeah, I'm super grateful for being here, for this council to be in existence, as water is life, and water is everything. We are water, and we wouldn't be here without water. So just sending a prayer and gratitude and appreciation for everything that water gives us. And I think it's so important for us to be focused on water now, in this day and age of destruction, of massive shifts on this planet, of sea levels rising, of our earth heating, of shifting from fossil fuels into a more regenerative culture, shifting back into the heart-based, shifting our mindsets, shifting our collective consciousness into unity consciousness. And we wouldn't exist without that water. So being able to recognize, how we can shift our own lifestyles to be aware of this and to be present with it. Thank you.
Thank you. And could I ask if you could remind us, Dominica is on the Atlantic or Pacific side?
Pacific, Dominical. It's
Pacific side.
Dominical, yeah.
Perfect.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you for bringing in Costa Rica. truly a country who has been modeling what does it look like when we respond to the needs of our nature relatives, and take that into law and take that into the classrooms with the children. Yeah, beautiful, and welcome another realm, great Mother Ocean, great Pacific Mother Ocean. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Is there anyone else that is on that I haven't seen that we need to bring into our circle?
I think everybody has shared their.
I'm looking at the notes. I think Gina, I don't see you in our notes here. I don't know, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Did we get Gino or not?
No, Gino did not share where he is. That's right. Thank you, Jay.
No, he did.
He did already.
He's the Abaya Creek, Gino.
Ibaya Creek.
Okay, we just didn't get it in the notes. That was part of the notes that I missed. So let me note that here. So
okay.
Gino, Abaya Creek. Cool.
Ibayo, right? I-B-A-Y-O. It's my guess. But.
Yes, Abaya Creek.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank
I
you.
know that Maya had really wanted to be here, and she was going to get up at like 3:45 a.m. Hawaii time, and I just sent her the link that I used again just in case. But I know she had said that she was committed to being here, so I hope she was able to turn up.
Beautiful. Thank you, Dana. I so appreciate that care of including people. Beautiful. That's water's way, as we know. So we are here today to begin exploring the foundational premise of, I would say it's the foundational premise of our time, not just of what would be the water councils potentially, but the foundational premise of our time, which is that water is a sovereign being. It's intelligent. It's ancient. It has its own voice, and it lives in and with us inside. It lives outside of us in individual bodies of water and forms of water, and it is one of the great elemental beings who partnered with fire and earth and air and ether, mystery, to create our beloved planet. So as I was tuning into this question, what does water sovereignty mean to me? It occurred to me that we are now at the time on our planet where we're recognizing truly and deeply that we are water. Each one of us is water. And even when I cast my eyes back on my own journey of the past 11 years apprenticing with water, I notice how I started with myself and water and building relationships with the water outside of me. And then water itself turned down my ability to communicate with it because it needed me to go inside and to love the waters inside of me and love the waters inside of each human being as much as I loved my waters outside of me. And so the task before us this morning is couched in a process that I learned when I was at the Findhorn Foundation. And it's a simple process of having a group question that we meditate on as a group. And then we go around and share what it is we heard, felt, saw while we were contemplating this question. And I will be making notes of what we say, and I know Jay might be doing as well. But the outcome is that we are pooling our perceptions, our imaginings of what water sovereignty means to us. What changed for me last night was realizing that the question that would likely elicit the most core responses from us is actually, if I am water, what does water sovereignty mean to me? If I am water, what does water sovereignty mean to me? And I know for me, the question by itself, what is water sovereignty, was a little narrative, or it felt a little objective. It's like, oh, how are we going to get into that? You know, how am I going to own the sovereignty? And then all of a sudden I realized, my goodness, I am water. I am water. And what does water sovereignty mean to me? So all of a sudden I felt the question drop into the water field in me, us. And so I make that invitation that this is what's going to be the question of our contemplation today. I wanted to share that our physical bodies are a big part of our water body. And I invite that this meditation that we have on this question be as experiential as possible. And so I'd like to take a few minutes just at the beginning here and invite each of us, if it's possible for you, to stand behind your computer, and a little bit of body connecting breathing in preparation for our question. Ooh, beautiful. So I invite you to just bring your awareness to the soles of your feet and feel the contact where it is with you and the ground or Mother Earth, wherever that is. And I invite you to unlock your knees and just begin to jiggle and shake a little. Just really allowing, like water, to loosen your body. Shaking your hands, shaking your arms, shifting your weight from one foot to the other and shaking out your leg from your hips. And I invite you to begin to add your sigh, begin to add sound. So inhaling, dropping your lower jaw, and exhaling long and slow. Yeah, and rubbing your hands together if you're called. So really just following your own impulses to move. It might not be the same as mine or someone else's, but really listening. So that's my shoulders. We're spending a lot of time at the screens, and so bringing our body online for the consultation. Welcome. So I invite you to take a big inhale through your nose. Drop your lower jaw, exhale long and slow. Just letting that sounding of the exhale. This, as you might already know, is what's called the water breath in yoga. I also like to call it the ocean breath because of the sound the air makes when it comes in. It's like the wave when it comes into the shore. And then there's the pause, and then the water rushes out, and that's the sound of the exhale. So let's just take 3 together, inhaling. Again. And third. And then just a little bit with our face, make a big face. Make a small face. Ooh. Make a big face. Make a small face. Ooh. And just warming up our lips a little. If you feel silly, you're doing it right. And then just little taps on your chest.
A dancer told me recently that activating our voice, and especially in stressful situations, it's great to tap on the bones of our body. And I thought, oh, I like that. Yeah. And if there's just any little slight pats or slaps on your arms, we're just finishing up here. Shaking out your arms and shoulders again. Bouncing. Beautiful. And then just finishing with a light massage on your face. Oof. If you like, you can start in the center of your temple. It's just small circles out to your temple, excuse me. Again, continuing to sound exhale to help emptying ourselves in preparation for our deep listening. Into the field of love and the field of water that lives inside of us, that lives in our circle, in our human presences, and in each and every one of the body of waters that we have called in. Lastly, just a little bit of massage on your scalp, the area where our beautiful brain lives, just a little shampoo like you're washing your hair. Beautiful. And then I like to just finish with a little pinch massage on my ears, just the top of your ears, right down to the lobes. And there we go. So just before you sit down, just notice now, standing feet shoulder width apart, close your eyes, and just tune in to what's flowing in you right now. Your landscape, your waterscape, your breathscape, the consciousness of each of us.
It's 8:45.
And our beloved waters. Let us sit. Now, does everyone have some paper or pens, markers, something that you can journal after we come out of the meditation? Now, before we begin to contemplate this question, I wanted to check, is there any information that anyone is needing to hear in order to contemplate and meditate this question? I am water. What does water sovereignty look like? What does water sovereignty mean to me? Does anyone need any more information? There is a perception of those words in our world at the moment, and I could say a little bit about that. Elizabeth?
I heard you adjust it there, but when you first brought in the adjustment that you got to be water, you said, if I am water. And I would like us to adjust it to as I am water, to really just accept that there's no if, it's just an as I am water.
Thank you. And something that I meant to say and didn't was, please feel free to translate anything that I say into something that has a meaning for you. The if is simply because in some scenarios, people might not yet truly be able to sit in the space of I am water. This group, it may be, that may not be the case. So I invite you to modify it to if, or just simply I am water was where I started, was I am water. What does water sovereignty mean to me? And I hear, Elizabeth, that as I am water works for you. So please, I really trust each of our own unique connection, and yeah, invite you to adapt it as your heart calls you. So thank you for that reminder, Elizabeth. So anything, yeah, does water sovereignty need to be defined or spoken to in any way before we begin? You can just raise your hand. Dana.
Yeah, it might be helpful if you have a few words, because it is rather an abstract concept, and the word sovereignty isn't one that we typically use that much, you know, especially in relation to something like water. So if you have some perspectives on it.
Beautiful, beautiful. So it's interesting because sovereignty just really means the right, in this case, it's meaning the right to govern itself. And so water sovereignty, when we put those two words together, the intended meaning is that water is a being that exists outside of its usefulness to us. And so because it is sovereign, as each human being is sovereign, it deserves the right to legal personhood, if you will, in the law. And this is a movement that is happening right now. It's called the Rights of Nature movement. And there are many rivers and indigenous councils, etc., around the world who have granted the legal rights to a river or to a body of water. And so it's essentially saying that water and everywhere it flows is equal to every human being. And therefore it has a right to thrive. It has a right to flow without interference. It has a right to feed its own community. And so, for example, if there was fishing rights accorded to humans, as well as sort of a business or an industry, as well as indigenous people, if we were taking so many more fish from the river that we weren't leaving any for the creatures and the animals, that's a violation of the river's own sovereignty to provide life for its own community. And so sovereign it does come from that word of kings and queens, right? And being sovereign over ourselves. So we have a right to our own life, and it also brings with it a responsibility to in how we live that life in respect to others. There is, if you research water sovereignty on the internet, what's really interesting, what comes up, which relates to this old paradigm of water as property, what comes up is water sovereignty in relation to, for example, Canada, my country, the political entity, the country, we own our water. And so the issue of water sovereignty becomes if we get to keep our water or the United States wants our water. So you can see that that's an example of the old paradigm where water is property and it can be owned by others. Whereas the Earth jurisprudence, which is the movement that is afoot in the world, is acknowledging that each and every being has its own right to live. And ours, is not more important, nor is it less. But it's a paradigm change when we start to acknowledge that every body of water has its own voice, and we can go and listen to it, and we can bring that voice to the decision-making table. So does that help, Dana?
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to hear your perspective on it, and maybe, help us all to get a little bit more zeroed in on the concept, and perhaps others might, not that we need to share it right now, but something else might come in for others on what sovereignty is in terms of water as well in our meditations.
Exactly. That is the point. Because it's not about what a definition is, it's really what does it mean to us. And I believe that by connecting with that information, we're invoking it. We're bringing it from our water consciousness into our world here. And on the basis of this, as we define it for ourselves, is what will slowly, in the next stage, when we're visioning what does water sovereignty look like in our world, this will be the foundation for what we're starting to see and feel and hear when we live in a world when water has its right to exist. So absolutely, this is your voice, what it means to you is exactly what's required, not what it means to anyone else. And I would like to say one more thing about when you're journaling, that it's okay if the answers, the words that come up or don't need to make sense. So what does water sovereignty mean to me could come in a poem or an image or colors, right? So I just really invite you to that, your whole being in your whole water field. We invite the voice, because in fact, the less sense it makes sometimes is it carries a seed of this new wisdom that we're asking to come through, this new water wisdom. So anyone else?
I just appreciate that Dana asked that, because I'm aware that not everyone is English the first language. So I would also say writing in your own language or whatever words come. And so I think it is important that we're aware if we use certain words that we do offer a little bit of a translation. But I imagine writing in whatever language comes to you is good too. So.
Perfect. Yeah, absolutely, Maya. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is our wisdom council in action, right? As each person, something occurs, and as sovereign beings, right? We take the responsibility of bringing our voice forward because we need it. We need each of the pieces that we carry. So thank you so much. Beautiful. Anything else anyone feels the need to say before we begin?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for explaining that, because it really encompassed everything really clearly.
Yes, I will clarify that I spoke more directly to water sovereignty as its legal application. I was quite deliberate in not saying what water sovereignty is to me personally, because I don't want to put anything in the field, because I just really value your unique offering. And I will, when it comes time to share, I will, of course, as all of you will, I will share then about the water sovereignty that's this new definition that's coming through us. So thank you. Jay?
Oh, no, I'm just twinkle fingers.
Oh, you're just saying hi.
Twinkle fingers.
Okay.
That means I agree. I love it. Yes.
Okay, beautiful. All right. So I invite you to close your eyes. We are already in a state of connection, so I will not spend very much time guiding you into that space. Simply our breath is what will ride down. So I'm going to begin to just clear the field with this bowl, and I'll say a few things, repeat the question, and then we'll have about 5 minutes is what my sense is, but I'll sense when we're ready to come out. And so I invite you could journal as you go along, you can journal when we finish, it's up to yourself, just really follow what you're called. All right. Oh. So connecting your awareness with your breath. And imagine it's a stone that's dropping down deeper and deeper into the water. I acknowledge and give thanks for the sacred sage that's being burned right now. Thank you for clearing our minds of our thoughts. Thank you for helping us to land deeply in ourselves, in our water consciousness. Beloved sacred waters who abide near each and every human water body here in this council, I reiterate our invitation to you to make your voice heard as you are called. In English, if it's possible, and we welcome images, sensations, memories, and colors. I am water. What does water sovereignty mean to me? I am water. What does water sovereignty mean to me? I am water. What does water sovereignty mean to me?
It's 9 o'clock.
So I invite you to begin, if you haven't already started, to draw or write, make notes about what you saw, you heard, you felt. We will have more than one round of this. I invite you to finish up any notes that you might be making and prepare yourselves to come back into our outer circle here. In preparation to share. So how this works is I will model by going first, and yeah, invite us to be laser. It's kind of reporting the news. This is what I saw, this is what I heard. And we will go around from person to person, and of course what we each say can prompt a desire to go around again, to add or to include more that has been sparked. I am water. Water sovereignty means hope, means alignment. I saw my planet in balance, living in balance, off balance, in balance, off balance. I saw an image of the world, my world, the planet, slowly spinning, more like a dance. And I heard a harmonic, a sound that our planet Earth was now emanating into the universe, into our galaxy. Water sovereignty to me means each water body, each human water body is bonded with one external water body and cares for that sovereign water body like a family member. Water sovereignty means partnership with water. I'm complete. Who would like to go next?
can. I wrote water sovereignty, that we recognize water as a conscious being, a being of advanced consciousness, and have a relationship with water as we would with another conscious being. That we develop two-way communication with water, and that we open up pathways to consciously bring the intelligence of water into our lives.
Thank you. Next.
I'll go next. I also started with that I be heard as water, that I be heard, listened to, respected as a conscious being. And then went on to that I have the freedom to move unrestricted, to flow at my own pace, surging or slowing or meandering, spiraling, surrendering to the call of gravity, free to find my way back to my mother, the ocean, or to fly among the birds as clouds. I'm free with the right to receive harmonic vibrations, to listen to and to absorb the frequency of the birds, the winds, the sounds of music, and the heartbeat of Mother Earth without constant interference of the pounding, shrieking, roaring of machines that scramble my energy. Freedom to retain my purity. Partner with those natural partners, to dance with them and not be forced to partner with harsh chemicals or toxic substances.
Yeah, just taking a few breaths to let Maya's words, as we let Dana's words drop in. Whew. Thank you all who spoke there. Next.
Okay, I'll step in. I felt right away that I needed to journey through time and with water, because I've walked with water this whole life. And so I saw myself, no, I didn't see myself. I was back when I was young, teenager, climbing the mountains along the bank of the Delaware River. And as soon as we got up far enough, we could stop. We could drink the water from the creeks, from the ponds, and that would be totally fine. It would be invigorating. And then we'd go back down at the end of the day, always thanking the water and thanking the plants and everything. As I traveled through time, I realized how much less and less available that had become. There was a time when I would travel to other countries, and same thing. We would simply take the water and we would do some blessings around it. Occasionally we'd have to boil it, but not often, and we could drink it. Now, that is not an option. I don't think pretty much anywhere in the world. I don't think you can go high enough because of what has happened to the rivers. I then snapped back to Standing Rock, standing along the Cannonball River, near the beginning of the protest and the protection effort. And we stood there, maybe 25 of us, more or less, feeling the water. We were right near where the pipelines were going to cross under the Cannonball River. And some were talking about how they could not do this. This water belonged to us, not to the pipeline companies. And we realized we were making the same mistake, because that water didn't belong to us. That water belongs to itself. And there was a huge shift, I believe we all made, right there. And our reason for being there was to work with the water again, as humans used to do, and to help the water have its sovereignty. And I felt the water at that point, and I was one with the water, and I felt it flowing. And Standing Rock was just a rock in the middle of the water, and we floated around it. And so when that protest ended, all it did was make things bigger. The point now where here we sit in the council, as many other groups are doing as well, and understanding we have to respect the water. We have to walk again with the water. Be one with the water, because we are that water. We're 80% or more of that water. And so as I came out of that, I felt very refreshed.
It's 9:15.
There's so much anger around right now. The water doesn't allow for anger, because if negative energy comes, the water just takes it right off. It's liquid sage. And so I give thanks for that connection, and I continue to work to the day that we're all connected back to our resources, especially the water that way again. I hope I'm done.
Again, taking a few breaths, just really allowing the frequency of that sharing, the wisdom to land and integrate. Hi, thank you. Thank you. And next, who feels called?
Can I go next? Water sovereignty to me is being in a peaceful place or having a peace of mind. Near a body of water like a beachfront with soothing sounds from the waves of the ocean, like a sound of flowing water going downstream in a river, or even the sound of water pouring into a glass. These things help me find my inner peace, and it also guides me through its soothing sounds from the waves or even the flow of the water. It makes me feel like I am the water going through the waves and the flow of water in the river. I can't express how or what I am feeling, but I can feel the peace of mind I have as I hear the waves from the ocean. It makes me reflect on my personal life as well as my past decisions in my life and my previous decisions, my regrets, and also made me think about my future, like what would be the possibilities of our world? Would there be any goodness or badness? But with water, I am feeling that we will have a really we will really have a really good future with water. That's all.
Beautiful. Thank you. Hmm. 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 Who's being called next to speak? Hello?
If I am the water, for me, water would be my territory. The one that I should protect, the one that I should clean, the one that I should love. So for me, water is my family. We provide, we love, we care, and we protect our family. Whenever, whatever happens, family is still the first thing we have to protect. And also, for me, water sovereignty is a place where can give all our regrets, our heart feelings, and all the things that we have in our hearts. So, like our family, we can give them, we can tell them, we can
um, they are the one who always been there in sadness, in happiness, and all the troubles that we have.
Ooh. Thank you, Cressy. Whew. Whew. Glow.
I don't feel ready right now because I feel like I'm feeling so much from everyone's sharing. And thank you for their safety and thank you everyone. And I'm feeling so much, feeling all the energy. So thank you for making me feel. I saw a lot when I was meditating, and I'm just gonna read a bit of what I wrote. Water sovereignty, water freedom. I am water. Give me sovereignty. Clean water for all, not bought, not sold, but clean water for all. Water problems in public spaces, public places. I am water. I am the lakes. I am the ocean. I am the rivers. I am the water running through your taps. You have polluted me. I am polluted. You have polluted my bodies, all of my parts, my friends, my fish, my whales, my dolphins, my coral. No more oil, no more pipelines, no more fossil fuels, no more Nestle, no more plastic. I am the sacred water. Will there be a war on water? What would a world be without water? Sift, cleanse, purify, renew, revitalize, rebirth. Listen to the ocean. Submerge yourself in the water. I am water.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And who feels called to go next?
This is Elizabeth. I'm a very visual person. My messages come mostly in images that I then try to translate. And when I looked for words, I only got one word. I am water. What does water sovereignty mean to me? And I'm going to share here this image, which is from the Uba. Oh, not that one. Where'd it go? Okay, that one. Water sovereignty means everything. That was the word I got. Everything. Everything. I kept looking for more. It was everything. And there's a 0 point, and that's what that in the center is like the imaginal cell of forming into a human heart. And I take photographs of water reflections and get a lot of information from that. This one is a completely unedited photo. And this is also from the Uba, and you can see the spirit, the being there. So finding that still point and living from that within that sovereignty, that it's not something outside of ourselves, that this water spirit that showed itself on my digital bits and, you know, ones and zeros, showed up and introduced itself to me and called me in to begin building a relationship. And so this image that I have as my backdrop, this is kind of what I feel like in my being when I call in water sovereignty, is this fluidity of being and self. And I just really believe in water's power to revitalize. I also know that there is a tipping point, that water has a holding capacity as to how much water can, you know, how much abuse, how much rape and pillage, how much disrespect, how much pollution, you know, whatever it is that's causing us to affect the water balance on the planet, there is a tipping point. And so the call for us is to come back into balance, to come back into alignment, because all that climate change is the water cycle being knocked out of balance by humans. So we humans need to change our behavior and come back into balance, and then it will be right again. And the whales are calling. The whales are calling for that. And yeah, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to share my heart.
Taking a few breaths. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Temitope, are you ready to share?
I really don't have anything to say for now. Maybe later. Thank you.
Excuse me. I'm going to do a time check right now with everyone. The agreement with this meeting was until 8:30. I now have that it's 8:28. So even to close this meeting, we will go a few minutes over if we chose to close at this moment. So I like to keep time agreements and to check with everyone. There is a way that we can conclude this process in a timely manner, and we will continue with the fruit of what has been offered in our next session tomorrow at 2 o'clock. And I would take it upon myself to transcribe the verbal recording to capture what each person has brought, and then just to pull the essence from each. So I'm feeling that this council, both us, our human beings, and our water beings, are here, and I'd like to hear from people around whether you can go, whether you choose that we close it in a good way at this moment, and we continue tomorrow, or whether we wanted to continue. Potentially, if we went another round, for example, we're probably talking another 30 minutes or so. And since we do have another session, we can continue this process. And I'll just let you know that the second question I was given for us tomorrow is, what does water sovereignty look like in our world? And we have, in fact, already started that question. But we will be going towards calling in tangible next steps in imagining and calling forth water councils, whatever that might look like. So, Jay, if you have a way of how do we get agreement or consent, how do we do something like that efficiently at a time like this?
Well, the easiest thing is to see if there's anyone who needs to go right now, and
Okay.
just raise your hand or speak, and that is the first step. Jim,
Thank you.
did you need to?
I think, didn't Dana have a presentation?
Yeah, that would be
Yes,
the
Dana.
next step, is when is the next scheduled session, and making sure we are mindful of that.
Okay. So the next scheduled session is tomorrow, July the 5th.
No. Like, as in, like, the next
Yeah.
scheduled session for, like, right now. So tomorrow we have another water
Yeah.
session, but as far as, like, the next immediate session. So Dana, when does your session start again?
It's at 9:30 Pacific time, so 1 hour from now.
Okay.
And I'm going to put the link in the chat. I'm doing a presentation on my heart work and heart math related work called Using the Energy of the Heart for Personal and Planetary Evolution.
Awesome.
So you're all welcome. I hope you can come. And I'm putting that in the chat. So I would like a little break at least before I have to go set up.
Yeah.
I'm going to go in a different room and set up and
Yes.
read something before I do my presentation.
Absolutely.
I would propose that we continue, specifically because Jay has not had a chance to give his response.
Okay. Yes, sorry.
And so regardless of where we go, I do want to hear that. And it seems like we have some time, and then maybe after that, we can decide if we want to go another round.
I can say I can stay another 15 minutes. I have some phone calls I need to make this morning, but I really want to be on Dana's presentation, so I will need that time, but 15 minutes I could do.
So maybe after Jay speaks, we can just leave it open, and I'll leave this space open until Dana's, until it's time to go to Dana's, and I'm happy to just keep this open for a while and let whoever wishes to, once we formally close the session, so there's no pressure to come or go, that people can really respond to what they need to do.
Cool. Yeah. So it sounds like we want to go ahead and start wrapping up and closing up, doing next steps, and then maybe a few people might stick around afterwards for a little bit, but that basically we want to start preparing for the next session, and then tomorrow we can continue with the next round, as you were saying, for those who can make it. Yeah. Does that sound good, Danielia?
Absolutely. Sounds perfect. So please, I'd love to hear from you.
Okay.
Then I will bring this council to a close, and then I'm committed to closing or completing by 8:45. So thank you, everybody, for expressing your needs. Thank you. So Jay.
Cool. Yeah, I'm not sure about exactly next steps. I'm just gonna share my download and just go
Yeah.
from there. So I just have to mention that I was writing on this other computer, and it like ran out of batteries, and it was this I wanted to share, but then it was like I couldn't even get the writing that I'd written down. Anyways, I finally got it working. I'm like, yay! So mainly there was two parts. The first part was just like a lot of words and values, and the second part was more about structure, I think. So a lot of the words, oh, and I just wanted, the thing that's resonated with me a lot with what Pressy was saying in terms of family, I love that context, that family sort of resonates with me within all of this. So protection, empowerment, abilities, right? Voice, connection, recognition, collection, value, power, it's really important. Collaboration, union came up a lot. In terms of the question, you know, what does water sovereignty mean as water, right? Came up with just all this elation and jubilation and jubilance and interdependence and collective action. And then what could that collective action mean? It's a co-creating space of safety, right? Having safe space of civility, of health and healing and wellness for all, a space of just being, right, as opposed to fighting, in giving and getting, in that co-connection, love and peace, connection. I really feel like the peace also is an important component because it just, you know, there's a foundational component of that. So from there, and this is also connected to the family, is the idea of not necessarily wanting to be singular, like having this feeling of wanting the ability to come together to speak as one voice. So that sovereignty of water bodies to coexist interdependently with each other and with humanity and the planet. So that was the writing that I did. And then that the power of the water bodies, like each individual water body is essential, and that power can come from the linkages of the water bodies, or even the concept of a councils of water bodies linked up at local, regional, to protect and support each other. So they wouldn't necessarily want to be fragmented in the idea that each one is individually only able to do itself, you know, because that would be a fragmentation and feeling like you want to come together to support and protect each other as family. And that the linkages can get bigger and broader if and when necessary, you know, primarily locally, but, you know, that there would be an ability, if needed or wanted, to, in essence, unify as a single voice. But, you know, that may never be needed, who knows. So individual connections with humans and other species to represent our voice, and then open emergent connections of individuals to come forward, and possibly no need to necessarily limit, you know, but allow membership, allow representation of people who give voice to our needs. So those are the words and the sentences that I got. So, yes,
With that one, I feel the wah, wah, wah. Let's close our eyes for a moment and drop our awareness back down into the water field. In our mind's eye, see, hear, feeling each of us who are sitting in this circle, and see, hear, feeling the bodies of water who have come with us, and imagine them on either side or in between us and the human body of water in our circle. We give thanks for this time together with each other, human and water relatives, human family, water family, sitting here as one family together. Deep gratitude to each and every voice who has shared into the center of our future, We give thanks and we acknowledge the sacred earth, beloved Mother. Thank you for holding us steady in our council together. Beloved, sacred, and precious breath, you, our most intimate connection with life, thank you for carrying the wisdom, the images, the communication between us in our group field. Beloved fire, thank you for your passion, for the light of spirit in each of our hearts, and the light of love, that electric, jumping, connective energy that lives in all things, that fires. Thank you, beloved ether, great mystery. Thank you for taking your place at this council table with us, being our guide in the deep listening to all beings as we discover together how we live and thrive on our planet, become a model for harmony in our galaxy. Perhaps to close, I invite us to make a sound together. So I'm going to invite, if you like, we can make an Om, we can sound an Om, sound of wholeness. So let's take a breath, inhale together. And this one is for ourselves, our sovereign selves, inhaling together. And now this one for our circle, our interbeing circle, holding etheric hands together with our water bodies and our water bodies with each other, inhaling together. And lastly, this Om, this wholeness, we radiate and send out into our planet, into our cosmos, inhaling together. Just shaking out, getting back into our full body yumminess. And one last thing, I declare this first council of interbeings adjourned.
So you just brought up the Loving Waters Council very often, and honoring Shelley Darling for this one. Our Om is yum. Yum, 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 yum.
That's the Sanskrit syllable in when you chant the chakras. Yum is the seed syllable for the heart. So, of course, beautiful, beautiful. All right, so it's 8:43. Is there anything that anyone needs to say in the last 2 minutes that is available? And we can also close at this point. So any last words?
I will just give a little housekeeping thing that tomorrow it's the same Zoom. If the link doesn't work, just put in the meeting ID and you should just be able to come in without any problem. So I'll post that. I've already posted it in our chat. Yeah.
And for my presentation, it's a different Zoom room. It's in our main Unity network room. So it's not this link, but the link that I put in the chat.
And is there a password for that?
No.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for coming along on our group journey together. And Dana, I have a prior commitment to, I run a Nature Clean team, and so they're waiting for me. So I won't be at your presentation, but I'm sure we'll have opportunities in the future to participate in the Heartfield with you. So
she's already on the Great Planetary Water Cleanup. Woohoo!
All right. Blessings, everyone. Gino, Elizabeth, Jay, Dana, Maya, Glow, Pressy, Temitope. Have I got everyone?
I believe so.
Yeah.
And yourself. Don't forget yourself. And water.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pressy, for staying up and staying with us.
All right.
Also, at the very top, I'll say that Jay has put a link to the notes. I believe it's Pressy who's been our scribe. So at the very top of the chat, there is a link to our notes.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you. So, yay. Okay.
Yeah, and thank you, Pressy, for that.
You're welcome. It's a pleasure.
All right. Blessings, everyone. If you need to go, please do. I'm going to copy that link here. All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And also, I'll post the audio of this in our. So I've taken the audio and I will post it as well in our Water Unity group.
Yeah.
Beautiful. I was wondering whether you can put like MP3 links. Like, yes, you can put that kind of thing somewhere.
Yeah, I would have to get it uploaded to the cloud. It's come to my personal computer. But yes.
Yeah, and
so I'll make
if everything is still working, which, you know, it's a kind of roll of the dice for me, but the YouTube live stream is in hour like 7 at this point. So, you know, we started around hour 5. So if you go in there, it may be possible to fast forward to hour 5 and see this. So we'll see how that all works as well.
And Jay, is there a particular place that we could post these types of things within the World Unity Water portal?
Well, the hope is to have all the documentations, all of the notes, all of the recordings, all on the Earth website. And then also, as we build the Water Unity portal, we want to just have only the water things also there. So we haven't really talked about the Water Unity portal and how and what we would want there. But yeah, we can definitely start putting together links and information.
Okay.
Yes, but my first step is just like getting the Earth Summit website set up, and then I did the water one. I'm gonna get that one set up, and then we'll do the water one too. And then yeah, so we'll just double check to make sure everything's working, and then it's step by step.
Yes, it's a doobie dance.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Yes, thanks, Pressy.
Bye.
Thank you, Pressy. And hug your baby for us.
Yeah, okay.
It suddenly occurred to me that I could have asked people if they were planning on joining us tomorrow. How about you, Gino? Can you join us tomorrow afternoon as well?
It's going to be a little later for him.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
I think
2
it'll be
o'clock
middle of the night.
Pacific
Yeah.
time. It'll be the middle of the night for you.
Oh, no, not middle of the night. It's actually just early in the morning, like what you guys did for.
Okay. Okay.
Like
Well,
4
we'd
4
certainly love
a.m.
to have you.
Like the opposite of what we did today.
Right.
6 a.m. actually.
6 a.m. That's not too bad. Could be worse.
That's civilized.
So I just want to acknowledge if Glow is still there. She may have run off to the ocean.
She did, yeah. Yeah, she said she did.
Mhm.
Well, I definitely thought this was a great first meeting.
Beautiful.
I feel that there was some very specific energies coming in. I mean, well, besides all the entities and the consciousness and the water, all that. Of course, of course. But in terms of like human energies, for example, you have the Loving Waters Council, you've got like the Unity FQN workers team, and then you have the World Unity Week energy flowing in. So, yeah, there's definitely a
And then-
convergence.
We can't forget Denalia's water gratitude.
So your organization called Water Gratitude, is it one of the groups that you work with?
No, it's something I found. It's called the Water Gratitude Project.
Okay, the Water Gratitude Project. Great.
There's a website, watergratitude.me, and that's where my Thank You Water CD is and my water blessing bracelets. There's a bunch of tools that I've developed over the years to help people remember their connection to water. The water blessing bracelet is one of the most popular. We bead these beautiful bracelets, and people buy them from us, and they wrap them around their water tap. So every single time that they turn the water on and off, the invitation is to offer their gratitude. So again, building relationship with domestic water, if you will. But yeah, I mean, it's predominantly me, and I organize a World Rivers Day event every single year wherever I am in the world. So it's a different sort of ad hoc group of community people and organizations that come together to celebrate at the river. And yeah, I have a signature event. It's called the Bank of Gratitude. The Bank of Gratitude.
Nice.
And people basically sit on the riverbank on their butts and connect heart to heart with the river. And then they're also invited to bring art supplies with them. And after they've finished connecting, they create some form of art to represent what the experience that they had. So people get really creative. That's where I learned how when we bond with a river, heart to heart, it really stimulates our creativity. Like it literally makes it flow. And so people who are like, I failed English, and then they're like, look what I wrote, these most amazing poems. There was so much art. There were like 55 pieces of art the first year. I had to have like an art exhibit after the event. There was so much produced. So yeah, that's the organization, and it is predominantly me and tools and workshops and things that I deliver. Children, adults.
Sounds amazing. I love it.
So I have to bring in a link. These are my water blessing beads. And it's a arrangement that came out of La Fondation Aisha as an economic empowerment for women to create these. And we got hit with COVID, so we couldn't go really any further with it. But the idea is to have them create them. And then there's also the problem of shipment, because Guinea doesn't even really have a postal service. But yeah, so creating means for women in the water wisdom centers to have a back and forth. And so I have a whole stack of these that I need to figure out exactly what I'm doing next with them, but they're beautiful. And I saw them as like the Tibetan prayer beads as well, because these aren't the ones I designed. These are like a secondary stack. The ones I actually had her do, and she made all of them, and we were having somebody bring them to the US from Africa instead of trying to get them through the mail. and he said that they were bigger beads, and they said that they didn't think that the big beads would get through customs because he's tried to bring the big beads through, and they felt like they were like maybe filled with drugs or something. So it was an interesting experience but it worked. I mean, it basically worked in that we got them, and she got money for them, and it helped her. Yeah, so that's part of what I want to expand with. Yeah, with the watershed wisdom is in fact some economic empowerment.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jay, I just need to interject to say that I actually need to go.
Yeah. I need to get going too, but I just want to say that one of the easiest things to do with this web portal we're all trying to do with the Water Unity is just to add the partners, and we just need a logo, and then we have the website, and boom, it's like really fast and easy.
Yeah, so I can work with you on the logo if you want.
Well, it wouldn't be our logo. We can do that for our logo, but I'm just saying for all the other organizations and getting their websites, linked in the partner section, that's super easy.
Right. Got it. For the Water Unity. Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Beautiful. Yeah. Okay. Now, just in terms of tomorrow, this is a question to you, Elizabeth, do we need to check in a little bit? I have a pretty clear sense, and I'm glad we've got the audio, and somebody else was taking notes, and I took notes, and I was culling, there's some real, there was so much gold. Everybody brought so much gold, like gold. It was amazing. Just, whew.
Yeah, and I think it's important to acknowledge, like for you, Gino, and other people like in the African Q Network, bringing the perspective and point of view from around the world is so valuable. Like it's just important to acknowledge that value, because I'm sure people don't even think about it.
And the generational.
Yeah.
And yeah, the voice of the people that are coming into this world in terms of their own sovereignty. Yeah. So
Gino, would you like to say anything?
Like for like this what do you call this session is actually really nice, because like before COVID happened, like we used to have seminars like this, because like in my college, because like I'm part of an organization called Guidance Society of Mapua. It's basically like assisting the guidance counselors, as well as assisting the other students if they have like personal issues or like something with their professors or something like that. And like we held these seminars that talk about more on personal life and how we can relate to things such as like with the water, but like we didn't really discuss about water because like we discussed differently, but it somehow relates to that as well. That's why like I'm more interested in like having or attending sessions like this that talks about more like personally, or where you can actually relate stuff in your personal life, because like we haven't had any seminars in a while. I think it's been like 5 months already since our last seminar in my school, so I'm kind of missing it.
Yeah. Gino, I would invite you. So what I do, I'm involved with a group called the Connection Field, which is through an organization called the Good of the Whole. And it's been going since COVID started, since our first stay-at-home orders, as a soul care. And there's many different offerings, and basically the format is similar to this, is that every hour the host shifts, and there's a section in the middle that's just really open, and then hours that the host will offer something very specific. And every Thursday at 4:00 Pacific time, I offer this similar experience in terms of taking, inviting water and really taking a deep dive into unity consciousness in the context of water. And so I'm going to put in the link here, and everybody's welcome. You can come or go however you want. You can invite other people. You could even host an hour yourself if you wanted to invite your group to start that. We really are looking for a very intergenerational, multicultural, a planetary, and we don't have anybody from Asia. And so I would love to connect with you more if you already are familiar with this kind of session. I feel like you might be a good person to lead an hour if you're interested. And so I'm going to put that connection. I'm also going to put my own email that you can communicate with me directly if you want to know more about it.
I actually also have a friend that's actually the one that you know has better
It's 10 o'clock.
explanations with like better of giving. He's better on giving advice or relating some things to the personal life of the people. He actually lives as well in California right now because he's studying in the same school as I am, but like COVID happened and he had to go back to California. So but we still communicate with him as well. So I think I will invite him or like ask him if he wants to join as well because he's also into this kind of stuff as well.
Very good. And so I would invite you to come on Thursday at 4 o'clock Pacific and get an introduction to it if you want, and then we can kind of go from there if there's an interest in creating a group with your circle.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Well, I'm gonna take a little break, and I think I'm just gonna leave this on though, and then go and maybe get a bite to eat or something. And I think Dana's session is the last one. I don't know. Let me double check the schedule here. So if I look at the schedule, I see Dana. Oh, and then Mia is right after Dana. So,
What does she do?
who? Mia or Dana or both?
Mia.
So Mia is Be Kind. Mia Vice. Be Kind Revolution. Gaia is calling. Are we listening? It's time to reestablish our connection to Mother Earth and rejuvenate the lost threads to the sacred. Time to journey inward and home to self, reconnecting our relationship to nature and the wisdom that she offers. So that's at 12. I think that's Pacific Standard Time, but no, it would be America's time. So it'd be 11 Pacific Standard Time, maybe. I don't know. It is. Let's see, 12 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. Cool.
Okay.
But I'm definitely down to chat a little bit more if there's any other questions or anything else you wanted to chat about, Elizabeth, or
Okay.
needed. But, you know.
I'm sensing that Denalia needs to
to
go. So thank you so much for this incredible journey that you held us so beautifully within.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Daniela. I really loved the process, the journey. It was really cool.
Beautiful, beautiful. Can you join us tomorrow, Glow, at 2?
What are we doing? Probably.
Great. Yeah, it's the next one. Elizabeth can explain it to you. We're just going to carry on from this place. We have another reflection question, and we're moving into next steps. And Elizabeth can give you more information. I did put my email in the chat for you, so yeah, I'd love to connect.
Awesome. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Blessings.
Also,
See you all again.
Blessings.
Bye.
Bye. I have 3 o'clock though. Is it 3 o'clock or 2 o'clock?
Let me see what's actually on the invitation. I think it's 2 o'clock. Yeah. So if you could change that on the schedule, that would be great.
All right. So I just need to click here. A little edit. Oh, can't edit there.
Also, Jay, your name keeps coming up. Well, we had like a mini session meeting yesterday with Fruition Council, so I think they really want to figure out how we can work with you, and we also like made a proposal to
work with the Unity Network on these things. So
Sound for the sponsorship. Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah, that'll be fine. It's gonna be an interesting one, that's for sure. Like I've worked with so many different organizations, and everyone's unique and different, and I it's not even really the crowd fundraising that's the part that's a lot. It's that there's a lot more than just the crowd fundraising, right? There's a lot of interconnected components to this whole operation that ideally are sorted out as best as possible so that we can help everyone the most, right? So yeah, it's just a step-by-step process. Eventually it all gets worked out. It just takes a little time, and I'm happy to put that in. And then I'm also interested in happy to collaborate on a direct level as far as actually partnering or the internal side of it, as opposed to just the sponsorship. But again, they're totally separate things, and it's good to do them separately. So
internal partnering with Fruition, or
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. I think that was one of the proposals too. But I can check the document, the Fruition document, and
cool.
Also interested in like where we left off as well.
Great. Well, right now we have like 15, 20 minutes or so that if we wanted to chat a little bit. But before we go into any Fruition stuff, Elizabeth, is there any last things? I'm going to update the calendar, but is there any other last little thinglings or looking good,
I want to explain to Glow, because there was a question that she had to Danalia about what we're doing tomorrow, and it's essentially just continuing this conversation, but really focusing on how do we bring this energy, this concept into the world. Kind of the image that I had was that water backdrop that I had. How do we be that in the world and bring it into the world? And so take this more open question and bring it in, into the center a little bit more, and think about what are the best next steps in terms of creating watershed wisdom councils with this foundational premise of water sovereignty, deep water sovereignty, as water, us as water. So that's what tomorrow will be.
Amazing. Yeah, that just reminded me of the idea of like basically since we've been mapping out all different projects and things, when you said watershed council, maybe like creating a new database of like all the water, like conservation water organizations in the world. And
so that's what Jay has already started with the Water Unity portal. Is an idea of building that. Is that correct, Jay?
So there's the Water Unity email list, and then we have the draft Water Unity portal, which is exactly what you just said. Basically, a place where anyone can schedule and put all the details for everything related to water. So water.
It would be cool. Like that sounds amazing. And then also,
I just put the link in there. You can check it out. I might be able to share my screen, which might be fun. Share screen. Host disabled.
I can make you co-host.
Oh, okay. No worries. But
Here, I'll make you host for now. You can share screen.
Let's see if it works.
Just make sure we switch it back to me.
Desktop. I think that should be fine.
Well, this is beautiful. Is this an actual live site?
Yeah, this is a live site. And it's just, based on chatting with Elizabeth for a few hours one day. Maybe it was only an hour. I don't know. Anyways, we were just like, water needs its own thing separate from Unity. Water needs to be, fully embodied at every level as part of the Unity movement, but inter and codependent, right? So the idea was to build the place for all of the people to come together with the overall Unity and the Earth sessions, and we'll be doing all the planetary sessions. And then this is just for water. So there's obviously still, this is draft, there's obviously still a lot of details to work out. We'd want to have, clarification on the water Zoom, what links we want to do, clarification on the blueprint. Like I think you said there's a link for the blueprint, and then we want to add all the links of all the partners, of all the organizations that are involved, and slowly build the contact list and start connecting to more organizations to get more emails. So it's very, very preliminary. I think this is drafted from like what, a day ago, two days ago. Yeah. So it's just beginning. Check.
Amazing. I just noticed a little change that needs to be made with the welcome.
Oh yeah, welcome is definitely spelled wrong on both websites. So we need to note that down for sure. Yeah.
How do you do this? You're creating this site's Google. Is this just like a free website? Like I can create any kind of website on here, and then can you transfer it into like an actual like live site or?
Yeah, this like I'm just gonna mask this with the URL, so we'll have like water.unity.fun or .mo or whatever you want to do, and then this is the new Google Sites. It's been around for a few years, but I haven't really started playing with it until now. Maybe we have like 100 websites at least with or more, and only maybe I've got about 4 or 5 that I'm starting to work with the Google Sites. And it's just nice because it interlaces all of the existing Google. We do everything on Google just because it's kind of everyone's sort of stuck on that. So you got like. And it's a little better than Facebook maybe, but basically you have everyone's Google email, you've got the Google groups for the email list, and then you have all the Google documents for all of the notes and the YouTube for all the recordings. So it's just all interconnected with the sites, so it makes it simple. And then we can attach like a WordPress on top of that very easily.
Yeah. You can connect this to WordPress as well.
Well, no. You would just pop a separate WordPress website as an additional to this one. But what's nice about this one is I can just like click a few buttons, and then we can co-edit it together simultaneously as a document, basically. WordPress is similar, but obviously WordPress you have to host it on a separate server, and then also there's the different. It's a little more complicated for WordPress than this, but they're similar.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
So, how do I just use Google to make one if I wanted to make one for myself?
Yeah. Do you know how to do Google Drive?
Yeah, I use Google Drive.
Yeah. So you just go into Google Drive. Here, I'll just show you. So here's the Drive button. In Google Drive, you say New, and then under New, you've got your documents, your spreadsheets. This is the slides, like a presentation. If you go to More, you have your forms, your drawings, and then Google Sites. You just create any websites you want.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
And it's free.
And it's all free. It's just like a document.
It's like a website document.
It's like a website document.
Organized and be attractive.
Yeah.
So exactly. what kind of security in terms of safety? You have to belong to the group. I'm guessing that I belong to the group, and you give me permission, I could get in and correct the spelling of welcome, right?
Yes, exactly.
So I'm just checking that there is a degree, a shell of security around the sites.
Yeah, I just don't have it open on this one, but like let's say you go into Google Doc, it's the exact same thing where you click the share button, and then under the share button I would just add the collaborators. So just tell me which Gmail address to put you in as for it, and then you'll be able to just directly go in and edit and do anything you want with the Google with your existing Google login for that particular site for the Water Unity.
Okay.
Right. So you just add whoever you want to share, and then I think you can even make a Google website so that anybody with the link can just start editing. I don't know. It's just very powerful.
Sure, it'd probably be the same, that it's either public or if you have the link, or private.
Yeah, but I think primarily it's a little bit more like sharing based. I think it's similar to like a form. Forms have a different process for how to do the sharing than a document, or is a little easier. But anyways, I might be able to do that right now on the other computer here if it's working again. It kind of froze on me before, but I did fix the calendar, so that's good. Although for whatever reason it didn't seem like the calendar was working on the Water Unity website. I don't know what that's all about. But anyway, so it's just like one step at a time.
Yeah. It is, and allowing ourselves patience and yeah.
Yeah, there's just all these settings. You have to set everything to publicly make available to public. Boom, check. So now maybe it'll work.
There you go.
They always have all these little extra settings that you gotta click here and click there so that it actually works. Let's see if it works now. There we go. Water Unity Google Calendar is now up. So boom, 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 boom. There's all the water sessions. Excelente.
That's fantastic. Thank you.
Yes, and you know, I put the nighttime full moon. It's actually a lunar eclipse tonight. You know, it's on there. People want to talk water, do anything tonight. I'm assuming the full
It's
moon
10:15.
sessions will be smaller than the Earth, which is normal. And then the water sovereignty next week, I changed to 2 p.m. Pacific time instead of 3. So that's
Okay.
fixed there.
So these are Pacific times. I'm assuming here.
Yeah, this one I put as Pacific. We can set it to whatever we want to as far as the time.
Okay.
But this one is set to Pacific Standard Time. Yeah, but mainly just because it's your time, and so I just put it for that.
Okay.
But you can always change it to UTC or whatever you want.
So I'm after participating in this Open Earth Session Summit, I'm really excited about this format, and as we both have already affirmed with each other, it's like, why wait? It's like, time is now. So when can we plan the next one? And I know that's for tomorrow, but you talked about the Venus sessions.
Yeah.
Is that the next?
The Venus session's on the 10th.
Okay.
So, I mean, based on this session, you know, having like a day to breathe for a second is good, but then I'll be able to, we voted yesterday or yesterday, like I didn't even go to sleep really, but yeah, last night we voted to do, you know, basically to mirror the water unity model and do a coronavirus, we're calling it the pandemic, global pandemic network, right, for addressing some of the coronavirus space, just to create open space where anyone come together and just talk about the coronavirus. Because it's just such confusion and chaos, and there's just nowhere to go. As like there's governments working on it, but as far as normal everyday people coming together in a cohesive, strategic way, it's very, very difficult to find.
Yeah,
So
without being shut down for being fake news.
Yeah, it's just really so that, you know, we've tried in the past to try to do things that hasn't really worked out, so we're going to try this model, and then so from there I'm going to just within a day or two have one for the Venus session. And we've had websites for all of these sessions before, but we're just doing the portal model now, right? Which is a little different. So then that's the Venus. Then the Mercury happens once every month and a half, so that's like ongoing. And then the Mars session is pretty big, and the Mars session happens in September. So those are the next couple sessions. Maybe Mars is in August. I don't know. We'll just have to double check. It's all in the Trello. So if you click on the Trello, it has all the sessions through September. And then of course we do all the lunar and full moon, new moon, so we can always do more if we want to do more. It's endless. So I pretty much do every single full moon, every single new moon, every single quarter moon, and those are our weeks and months. I mean, our entire system of governance, decision making, budgeting is all based on the lunar cycle at the deepest levels, and then from there the planetary sessions are all like I usually never miss a planetary session. So that is the schedule for the union. That's all set up and ready to go.
So when Loving Water started, we started as new moon connection calls and full moon watershed gatherings, where you go in, where we encourage people to go into their own watersheds, create either an individual gathering with water I love the bank, you know, the Water Gratitude Bank, or community gatherings, and we've put that on pause, but I would like to start that up again and link it to, and so, you know, already we have that rhythm ourselves, so I would like to link it up with with this platform as well.
Cool. That sounds great. I think a couple people are starting to get on the other uni call. We have one person there. But
yeah.
Glow, did you wait? Are there any last questions from you, Elizabeth? Let's see if there's any quick question from Glow.
No, that's all. And just wanted to really honor your time so you can get the break you need. Before getting on to the other.
I mean, at this point, what are we on? Like hour 10?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
you're riding the wave. You're surfing.
Exactly. So let's see. Earth Aphelion, full moon. Oh no, this is just. It's not the right link, is it? Bummer.
And so your full moons are the life support sessions. I love
full
that.
moon, we do the life support sessions. It just takes organizational effort to do it, and then
alrighty.
Look, we have some people on, so I'm gonna switch over here. But yeah, here we have the whole list of like all of the details for each of the sessions coming up through December. So Glow, did you have a last little question before?
We can switch over. I was just wondering, is this a part of the harmonic convergence, or like, is this your own convergence of all these different
This
Zoom
is
calls?
just what we do for the Unity network, and we're just trying to connect more and more people. Like, the key difference in the model methodology that we're using is that it's just all 100% open, bottom-up, direct empowerment and organizing to individuals and people and organizations. So the harmonic convergence starts tomorrow and goes for a few weeks. I don't really understand how to interact or do anything directly within it. Obviously, you can meditate and you can listen and you can connect and you can interact as a participant in their sessions, but I don't know how you would host your own session or do, you know, space or anything like that yet. You know, so hopefully we'll learn more.
Connection. I just have to find it in my Google Docs. But Vishal did give me a direct connection to the artist relations person. So if we wanted to, maybe we can try and there might be still some open space. We might be able to set something up for like the beginning of next week if you want to.
Yeah, I mean we could do whatever. I mean, it's just whether it's a presentation or open space or, you know, connecting and just making sure people understand that they can keep going after the harmonic convergence is over.
Right.
You know, or
So I have connection with Mark Sims, who's the creator of it. So I can send him a note and say, this is what we're doing, and can we get a session?
Cool.
And so I'll let you know on that. Thank you for bringing that up, Glow, because I was holding that in my heart, not quite in my mind.
And I'm usually every day, so, you know, it's like whatever day, whenever we can make it work. Obviously, you know, this is a little early, so later in the day is better. All right, cool, awesome. I'm gonna go ahead and switch over. You guys have the link, right? If you're gonna come check out.
It's the main Earth session.
The Unity one, main Unity one,
Okay, and there's no password, correct?
There should be no password. In fact, there's already a bunch of people in there, and there's a bunch of people, and there's no Dana.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go
Very
say
good.
hi, make sure they know Dana will be there soon. Cool.
Awesome. See you soon.
Ciao. Let me see if I can just link here in the chat. No, where is the chat? All right, Dana, did she put the link? There it is. Yay. Is it gonna work? Open Zoom. Yes. Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Jay, how you doing?
Pretty good. We are looking at the double video going. That's so silly. There we go. We are live streaming. We're just switching over here to this group. Dana. Oh, Dana just got here. Beautiful. Dana, go for it. Nice.
Hi, Jen. Hi. Welcome.
Dana, great to see you. How are you?
I can't believe you're still awake.
well, no, check it out. Listen, so Jamin, Melissa, Danny, and Peter all of us came over together. We're on a field trip from the conversation. We came to say hello to all of you for a little bit and at least catch the beginning of your presentation, and some may want to stay for all of it.
Great, thanks for coming. I appreciate that. That's wonderful. Hi, Peter. Nice to see you. Oh, I can't hear
Oh,
you.
you're muted, Peter.
You're muted, Peter. You're
He's
muted over there.
Well, you all need to take the Zoom lip reading course so that $14.99. It's really quite affordable. Good to be here with you, Dana.
Awesome.
This is just it's really fun to just do a field trip, right? The five of us were over talking at the other thing. It's like, here we go. Let's just go do a field trip and practice the technology that's available to be in multiple places at one time and support other people. And yeah, it's the way to go. Make it happen, girl.
So you were doing the blog party, then it led into the conversation, and now it's led into this.
Love it.
Yep, just can't get enough goodness.
And contrary to rumors, Dana, I actually did get a few hours sleep last night. The middle of the night is really the sweet spot to do that because everyone both in America and Western Europe is asleep.
I'm glad you did. Host,
Cool,
please.
Dana. I made you the host. Just make sure you can share your screen, do anything you need.
Perfect. So is it already recording? Or should we start the recording at a certain time, or?
So it says recording.
Yeah.
I did not get a chance to double check the video recording, but I went into the settings to check whether it did, like you could click video or audio, and it didn't have an option to click video or audio. So, and then also in addition, we are live streaming and broadcasting on YouTube. It is like I think we're in hour 8 at this point. So 8 hours of a broadcast on YouTube live. So, you know, you'd have to just kind of fast forward to hour 8 or whatever, but yeah, it is there as well. Cool.
So, and is this being recorded to the cloud then?
Yeah,
So
this
there'll be a
goes
link?
directly to the cloud for Zoom, and there should be an automatic link generated right afterwards. Yeah. But yeah, I'll double check on that too, as far as the links. Zoom cloud recording is now available.
So the conversation started at 6 a.m. this morning Pacific time, right?
That's right.
How's that been going?
Oh yeah.
It's great. It's going great. We're just deep into the realm of, you know, this concept of a network of conversations. This here is one conversation. There's gazillions of conversations happening all over the Zoomosphere. How do we network them together, right? How do we make them discoverable to each other? And how do we create sort of a set of protocols, standards, and agreements so that, you know, when you do take a field trip into somebody else's meeting, right? What's the protocol? You know, do we all bow? Do we all, you know, shut up and just listen to Dana? Do we, you know, yeah, and what's kind of the culture of these meetings? What are the rules? This is a game. What are the rules, right? So anyway, we're exploring all of that and envisioning the future of this network of networks of conversations and the collective super intelligence. And yes, I supersized it. The collective super intelligence that is emerging and evolving from all this, which is just beyond exciting. And because it's what's going to enable us to actually solve our problems at a planetary scale. These wicked problems that have defied us, defied resolution for so long, are finally going to be solved. Anyway, with that, that's a quick nutshell. I'll put the information in the chat for anyone who's curious, and so good to be here with you all.
Welcome. I'm so glad you guys came. Hi, Pressy. Hello. Hi, Jay. That's what we are doing. Hello, Gina.
Hey, Donna.
Gina's from Ireland, right?
Yeah, Cork City in Ireland, Southern Ireland. Nice to meet you all. I'm here along with Jim and the conversation, so just tuning in and listening and hoping to make some new connections. Nice to see you again, Danny. Or Dana.
Dana.
Sorry, Dana.
That's okay. Hi, Deanna. From Vancouver Island.
Oh, Deanna's on Vancouver Island. We're neighbors. We're on Whidbey Island, just to the south.
You are, wow. I love those islands. I love the channel. Well, what are they called? The San Juan or
The San Juans are a particular group. We're not part of the San Juans. We're to the south of the San Juans, and then there's a whole bunch of islands to the south and west and all over the Puget Sound.
Yeah, I love the islands of Washington and British Columbia. I love islands. I'm an island person. I always find myself on an island, and when I'm on an island, I always go to the island off of the island. Like, it's not enough for me to stay just on the main island. I always have to go to the islands off of the island.
Hi, Dana. I'm also like you. I'm an islander. I grew up on a Greek island in the Mediterranean and then ended up in England, and now I'm on Whidbey Island.
Wow, amazing. So it might be a hard question, because whenever people ask me where I'm from, that's always a hard question for me, because I've lived many places also and had an international upbringing, and so it must be kind of hard to ask, where are you from? Yeah. All right, I'm just waiting for a few more folks from the water session. Aloha, Deanna.
I just want to say, can I say something real quick?
Yeah. What's that? Oh, Glow, yeah.
Hey, I just wanted to say, I really resonate with Jamin's message, and it was so funny because I was like, you're so similar to Brett, and I just looked on Facebook, and you're friends with Brett, so I was like, because I've been working with Brett too. So.
Oh my goodness. Brett Warshawski was with us for 2+ hours for several hours yesterday, and led a whole segment on the Collective Intelligence Block Party. So you see, the networks are coming together, and it's people like you and me and Brett and all of us who are here who are connecting. We're weaving the network of networks together.
All right, just to let you guys know, I've allowed between an hour and 15 minutes to an hour and a half for this presentation, because there are some experiential components as well. And also, if you do have any questions or comments, please save those for the end, and hopefully we'll have a little time at the end to discuss some things. And I'm still waiting for Maya, because I know she really wanted to be here. And
I was curious, like, you might be able to pause or stop the recording and then start it again to have the recording start at the beginning of the presentation. But it's not really super important. It's fine to just fast forward to where, and then we can always edit it later. So yeah, no worries.
Right. Where's that? Awesome. Okay. Okay, welcome everyone. I'm just going to start with a little prayer to bring in some of our higher energies. So let's just focus in the heart. I ask that energy from Source please be present with us here in this gathering to help facilitate our highest wholeness healing, connection, expansion in the heart, and our continued evolution. I ask for the presence and participation of our higher selves and all of our helpers of light beings of light that work with us to support our growth and evolution. So all help of light and love, please join us and please help. Thank you. So welcome everyone and aloha. Welcome to my presentation. I am going to just formally introduce myself. My name is Dana Tomasino, and for 25 years or so now I've been working in the field of conscious evolution and the integration of science and spirituality. And for 12 years, I was a researcher at an organization called the HeartMath Institute in California, where I was working with a team of people to really understand the role of the heart in consciousness, really looking at the heart as much more than a physical organ, but as a center of intelligence in the human system that communicates with the brain and informs our perception and the way we see and respond to the world. So looking at the heart from that much broader viewpoint. And I continue to share this work and other work in the field of conscious evolution all around the world now. And I continue to be committed to the mission of helping in whatever way that I can to facilitate the shift in consciousness on the planet, both at the personal level and at the global level. And I'd like to say, because we've been talking a lot on the theme of unity in Unity Week and in this session, I really believe that one of the first steps in creating global unity is to first unify the head and the heart in each person and to create that unity between mind and heart, so that in doing that we can then access a much bigger intelligence that we have access to. And in doing that, we can bring in that bigger awareness to inform our interactions with the world. And that is an awareness that comes always from a place of love and compassion with the interest of the whole at heart. So today we're going to talk about, let me just go to share my screen. We're going to be talking about using the energy of the heart for personal and planetary. I'll start with a quote from the contemporary author Richard Moss. The heart, anatomically the mid-chest area, is at first a metaphorical center of meaning and life, and gradually opens into a direct experience of a new dimension. So this idea of the heart as a conduit to another dimension of awareness, a much larger aspect of ourselves, is actually not a new idea. It's an ancient one. And as far back as 300 BC, Aristotle himself said, the heart is the perfection of the whole organism. Therefore, the principles of the power of perception and the soul's ability to nourish itself must lie in the heart. It's very interesting to me that this view of the heart as center of intelligence, a seat of emotions, and a conduit to spiritual wisdom has actually united virtually all of the major civilizations that have existed on Earth. You can see some of those in this slide. And also all of the world's major religions. So all of those cultures and religions shared this bigger view of the heart, even though a lot of those civilizations were separated both in time and space from one another. And it's actually only in the last several hundred years that this broader conception of the heart has been somewhat obscured by Western science and medicine, which has favored much more of a mechanistic view of the heart as a pump and regulator of the circulatory system. But ironically, it is now science itself that is coming back to confirm this ancient wisdom. And the new science is showing that the heart really is an information processing center with its own intelligence. And it appears to connect us with an awareness that is larger and more encompassing than our everyday typical experience. This is a photomicrograph of the heart brain, the intrinsic nervous system within the heart itself. So the heart has been found to have a network of neurons that is so sufficiently sophisticated that scientists now have classified it as a brain in its own right. And the heart brain can make decisions, it can process information, it has a form of learning, a form of memory, and information within it, and it sends that information constantly to the brain and the head. So these are just a few interesting facts about the heart's larger role. As we just saw, the heart has its own brain with over 40,000 neurons of at least 3 different kinds. The heart actually sends more information to the brain than the brain sends to the heart. So while we're often taught in school that, the brain is the master commander that just directs all the other organs, it's really not the case. And especially the communication link between the heart and the brain is very complex, and it's very, very much a two-way conversation. The heart has also been found to be a hormonal gland. Studies in the 1980s began to identify that the heart produces hormones and neurotransmitters that were once thought to be produced only by the brain. So some of the same neurochemicals that are involved in neural signaling within the brain are produced in the heart. And the most recent hormone that I know of that's been identified to be manufactured in the heart is oxytocin, the love and bonding hormone. Finally, the heart has been shown to really, even at the electrophysiological level, play a role in intuition. It can register a future event seconds before that event occurs. So this is going back to what those ancient cultures knew about the heart, that it accessed a domain beyond that of our mental capacity. It really appears that the heart is accessing and tapping into a domain of energy that transcends space and time. And these intuition studies that have now been replicated both at HeartMath and in labs around the world are showing that, are pointing to that. Now, the electromagnetic field of the heart is by far the strongest rhythmic electromagnetic field produced by the body. And it extends around us and can be measured many, many feet away by sensitive magnetometers. The electrical component of the heart's field is 40 to 60 times stronger than that of the brain. And the magnetic component of the heart's field is 5,000 times stronger than that of the brain. So we can see that it's really the energy of the heart that is our primary influence. This is our impact. This is the energy that's really going out and affecting our reality, much more so than just our thoughts alone. We can think of the energy of the heart as an untapped potential. It really is our most powerful internal resource. But for the most part, in mass society, this energy is scattered, disorganized, unfocused. And this is what characterizes mass humanity, third dimensional consciousness. We can learn how to organize and focus the heart's energy, bring it into coherence. And then we can begin to utilize that energy in conscious ways. Utilize it consciously, both for our own benefit and that of the planet. So this slide is showing one of HeartMath's most fundamental findings that was published back in the 1990s. The heart's energy is modulated by our emotions. So this is looking at the rhythmic pattern the heart produces in different emotional states. So the top graph is showing how the heart's rhythmic pattern responds to frustration, or most emotions that we experience as stressful really produce this more chaotic, jagged looking, disordered pattern in the heart's rhythm. And that signals imbalance in the autonomic nervous system, chaos in the function of the body as a whole, and it really mirrors also how we feel when we're in those types of stressful states. And it's not a state that we would like to really be in for a prolonged time because it causes a lot of wear and tear on the body. Now the bottom graph is showing in contrast how the heart responds to appreciation. Appreciation and other positive emotions shift the heart's rhythm into this very smooth sine wave-like harmonic signal, and that is the signal that we call heart coherence. It's an optimal state, and I call it the body's signature of love, because it is states of love, states that are sourced in love, that really naturally produce this harmonic and organized pattern in the heart's rhythm. So this is the signature of heart coherence. This is what we mean when we say heart coherence. It's not just the heart, though, that goes in coherence when we activate these positive emotions. It's actually the whole body, because the heart is the primary rhythmic generator in the body and trains the other biological oscillators or rhythms to its frequency, especially when it's in coherence. So in this graph, we're looking at respiration, breathing rhythm on the top, the heart rhythm pattern in the middle, and the blood pressure rhythm on the bottom. And they all start out not particularly coherent and not synchronized with one another. Then at the dotted line, the person performs a technique that we're going to learn in a minute called quick coherence. And this is basically a positive emotional focus and focusing on the heart. And all the three rhythms come into entrainment together. So coherence is a state of being highly in sync. This is just the frequency view of the same data. And on the right-hand panel of graphs, we can see how the energy in each of those waveforms is lining up in one single focused peak. Very, very focused. It's like our energy becomes like a laser when we're in coherence. So it is a state that really promotes optimal performance. It is different than simply a state of relaxation or even meditation, because it's a state in which we're alert and at the top of our game. We're able to perform at our best. And it's a state in which energy is used very efficiently so that no energy is wasted. And as we'll talk about later, it's also a very powerful state to co-create from, because our energy is so focused and aligned and powerful. So it's an interesting observation that feeling states sourced in love seem to naturally shift our body into a state of optimal function. When we're feeling positive emotions, this harmonic pattern emerges naturally. So it might cause us to question, are we actually hardwired to live in love? Let's go ahead and learn a tool to enter the state of coherence. So the quick coherence tool is HeartMath's most simple essence process to quickly activate that coherent state. And it's really designed to help people shift in the moment that you're experiencing stress or imbalance, or simply want to recalibrate or access some of that higher dimensional wisdom, but without having to wait a long time or do a long process or wait until you have the right space. It's really going to be used in the midst of our daily lives. So it has 3 steps: heart focus, focusing on an area of the heart; heart breathing, which is where we imagine that our breath is coming in and out through the heart, a little bit slower breathing rhythm than we might normally do, about 4 or 5 seconds on your in-breath and 4 or 5 seconds on the out-breath. And then heart feeling is the most important step, because that's the positive emotional shift, and that's what really drives the process. This is more than a breathing technique. We allow the positive emotion to come in and really take over, and we usually start with bringing in a feeling of appreciation, because it's one of the easiest positive emotions to access. So let's go ahead and actually do it. We can close our eyes for this just to help focus our attention. So the first step is just to bring your focus of attention to the area of the heart. You can imagine your energy shifting away from any thoughts or mental processes going on or anything in your external environment, and simply bringing that energy to focus in your heart area, right in the center of your chest. If you wish, you can place a hand on your heart to help anchor attention in there. And with our energy in our heart area, let's begin to breathe in a slow, even breathing rhythm, as though our breath is actually coming in through the heart and out through the heart. And breathing in through the heart and out through the heart. And finding a nice, even breathing rhythm that feels comfortable to you. Continue to breathe in and out through your heart area. And now let's bring into our heart a positive feeling, a feeling of appreciation or gratitude that we have for someone or something in our lives. It could be an experience or a beautiful place or an aspect of nature, an animal, just something that really makes our heart come alive with appreciation. And let's allow that feeling of appreciation to just expand in our heart center. You can imagine breathing appreciation in and out through your heart. Okay, so let's come back, open our eyes. If anyone would like to share their experience of doing that, you're welcome to. You can unmute yourself if you want to share what that was like. Did people feel a clear shift in their energy?
For me, it felt calming. It's soothing as well because I like my energy suddenly feel more stable. It's more, more positive than it was before because mainly I'm stressed about other things, especially with the current, you know, current state of the world right now. But it helps. It helps me relieve the stress with doing these steps as well.
Awesome, that's beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. Anyone else?
Yeah, I would say that. I would say, Thomas, when you hit the word on the head, sorry, Melissa. Calming, very calming. That's exactly what way I felt as well. Thanks. Sorry, Melissa.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thanks, Jane. I got a feeling of radiance. Like I could actually see light coming in, and there was like this sense of expansion and light radiating out from my center, and it brought me back into a state of gratitude for everything. Thank you, Damien. That was beautiful.
That's beautiful. Thank you so much for the light of our heart.
This is Elizabeth.
Awesome. Oh, hi, Elizabeth.
Hang on. I've always been heart-centered, and I've always felt this, and have been allowed to keep that in my life. I never shut it down. So finding heart math, and I've participated in heart math for about 10 years. So it's like coming home, right? And is just an affirmation and a reinforcement of myself as a heart-centered being and love. And I've grown it into what I call quantum love, and brought it into the quantum field in that the observer affects, the observed. So as we see it, so be it, in essence. And so recognizing that heart math kind of brought into the quantum field is immensely powerful. So I want to honor you, Dana, for bringing this to us today and reminding me of this home.
Awesome. Thank you so much. It's beautiful. And we will be talking about how our heart energy affects the field, how our heart energy interacts with our reality. So thank you for bringing that in. And I also always think of home when I think of my heart. When I ask the question, sometimes in my workshops, what does the heart mean to you? I always say home. So, okay, let's continue with our presentation. Great. So that is a technique to begin to drop into the coherent state. And even though it's very, very simple, it's powerful. And as we saw in the graphs that I showed, it causes an immediate shift in our physiology to a state of coherence. What are some of the benefits of being in that type of state? We've done many studies now over the years, almost 30 years of research that HeartMath has done now. Overall, this research has shown that coherence brings increased harmony and synchronization in the function of our physiological systems, increased energy efficiency because much less energy is wasted in extraneous activity. Our nervous system functions with improved function and balance. Even our immunity is enhanced by going into states of coherence. At a mental level, we have improved mental clarity and also improved cognitive performance in quite a few aspects of cognitive performance that have been measured. Emotionally, we experience reduced stress and increased emotional stability and the capacity to maintain positive emotions more easily. And finally, it's a very regenerative state. So our body's natural regenerative processes are enhanced during coherence. In fact, I learned that we actually go into coherence spontaneously when we sleep. So our body knows how regenerative that state is, and we can learn how to bring that more into our waking lives as well. An early study showed significant improvements in hormonal balance after just using coherence building practices for 30 days, really working with the emotions. And in this study, DHEA increased an average of 100%. DHEA is the anti-aging hormone, so it's very important. And the stress hormone, cortisol, decreased an average of 23%. Those are substantial hormonal changes simply by working at the emotional level. Also, a range of health risk factors have been shown to be improved through doing coherence processes. In the study of correctional officers, prison guards, they were able to reduce cholesterol, blood glucose, both systolic and diastolic blood pressure. High blood pressure is something that responds very well to coherence practices. And in a federally funded study of high school students looking at test anxiety, these students were able to reduce all aspects that were measured of test-taking anxiety. This is shown in relation to a control group. And they were also a subset of students who were measured in a sub-study were also able to improve their test performance, which also correlated with physiological movement toward increased coherence. So, and also a wide range of social and emotional improvements were seen in these students. So it really has very broad-based applications, these types of techniques. Let's talk about how the heart communicates with the brain. The heart is always sending signals, neurological signals to the brain, constantly. And these signals not only impact the lower brain centers, the medulla, that are involved in autonomic regulation, but they go all the way up to the higher brain centers, the cortex, the parts of our brain that are involved in thinking, reasoning, decision-making, problem-solving. So basically the signals from the heart are affecting the very brain processes by which we perceive and interpret and respond to the world. They also affect our emotional centers and our ability to regulate our emotions. When we're generating a chaotic or incoherent heart rhythm pattern, as in states that are stressful, that actually sends a corresponding neurological pattern of signals up to the higher brain centers. And what do you think it does? It actually inhibits our higher brain processing. It limits our access to our full range of higher cognitive capacities. So we find that when we're under stress, we often can't think as clearly, our memory isn't as effective, our decision-making ability may be faulty. We can't see often a wider range of solutions to something that might be troubling us. So that's a result of what they call cortical inhibition, which is a function of this heart-brain communication network. Conversely, when we're generating a positive emotion and a coherent signal, then that very different pattern of information is flowing up to the higher brain centers. And it has the opposite effect. It actually opens up our higher cognitive function, giving us much broader access to our full range of creativity. We have improved mental clarity. Our decision-making is enhanced, problem solving, and it seems to also open up more of a connection with our intuitive intelligence, with intuitive perception. So we can often see a much broader range of solutions than we could if we were approaching something from a state of stress. The HeartMath's approach has always been, instead of trying to force a change on our thoughts from the top down, instead of just working at changing our thoughts, we instead, if we're, let's say, in a stressful, addressing something stressful, we first change our whole psychophysiological internal environment. And by creating a different psychophysiological inner environment, beginning at the level of the heart, which we saw as the most powerful, impactful force in the body, and changing our emotional state, that then sends a whole different message of information to the brain, which in turn causes us to perceive differently. So we're naturally changing our perception rather than just trying to force a change in our perception at the mental level. So that's the difference in the approach that HeartMath has used for many years. At the very broadest level, we can say that these states of love, states that are sourced in love, connect us intelligence. Heart intelligence meaning a broader intuitive capacity, which I see as coming really from our higher self, from that bigger part of ourselves that is eternal, that we can tap into. But what we need to do to access that, we have to quiet all the extraneous inner noise that's normally created by our unregulated mental and emotional activity, just all of that stuff that humans normally experience. And once we quiet that and align the physiological, mental, and emotional systems with the heart, we then become a clearer conduit to receive and integrate heart intelligence. So it's like a radio station, we're always receiving that intuitive connection with our higher selves, with that bigger awareness. But we can't always access it so clearly. Like a radio station that has a lot of static on it and isn't able to receive that clear signal. And the static is all that inner noise that's generated by all the mental and emotional dialogue that's always going on within us, all of the unmanaged mental and especially emotional energy that we have. But in order to more clearly tune into that signal of the higher self, by quieting all of that, by bringing our systems into coherence through the heart, that's how we can become a much clearer receiver of that signal that's always there, that's always accessible. And that to me is a major next step in our conscious evolution. And the portal and access code, of course, is love. Dr. Chaudhry, the founder of the HeartMath, defined heart intelligence as the flow of awareness, understanding, and intuition we experience when the mind and emotions are brought into coherent alignment with the heart. So I'd like to talk a little bit about emotional evolution. I see emotional evolution as the next frontier in our development as a human species and a vital next step in our evolution. We have evolved exponentially in our ability to interact with and manipulate the external world through all of our technologies and industries and so on. But let's say in the same amount of time, we have evolved relatively little, almost barely, in our capacity to interact with our internal dynamics, our emotional energy dynamics, our inner technology. And it's now time to catch up, because our emotional energy is a huge and powerful resource within us. It's like having an ocean of potential and power within. But this huge resource is mostly not under our conscious control. It's disorganized, it's not coherent. A lot of that energy is dissipated in reactive and often unconscious emotional patterns. Bringing coherence to that emotional energy will require an awareness that is bigger and broader and deeper than just the mind alone. And that's where heart intelligence comes in. We need to draw on heart intelligence to really evolve our relationship with our emotions to the next level, and to begin to use our emotional energy in new and more conscious ways. Because right now we're mostly not using it consciously. And once we do that, once we can organize and focus and create coherence in our emotional energy, not only will we experience much more well-being, both on the individual and the planetary level, but I believe that this will also allow us to come into new capacities that at this time are still largely undeveloped. For example, the ability to really enhance our intuitive perception. Like now we have intuitions here and there, and it's more random, and we can tap into intuitive information, but when we organize and focus our emotional energy in new ways, I believe that that will lead to the ability to just download intuitive information at will on any topic that we wish to receive intelligence on, and to just use that capacity in a much more developed way than we are currently doing on the mass level. And the other capacity that I think will really develop is our capacity to be co-creators, to consciously affect our reality with our energy. And again, we do that now, we play at that, we talk about the law of attraction, we talk about, adjusting our vibration and all of those things, and those are all steps. But by coming into this new relationship with our emotional energy, we will be able to exponentially advance that ability so that we can really use our capacity to co-create, both for our own benefit and for that of the planet. So So what are some of the stepping stones on the path of emotional evolution? I've listed a few basic ones here. The first step is just coming to more emotional awareness, a much finer tuned awareness and consciousness of how our emotional energy is being used, where it's going, how it's drained, how it's accumulated. Because most of society on a whole is just not tuned into that level of our experience. So developing that greater awareness is a vital and really important first step. Then we can come into emotional discernment, which is learning how to tell the difference between patterns, responses, reactions that come more from an ego-based, fear-based, conditioned type of response versus those that really come from our higher self, from our bigger essence awareness. And learning to tell the difference between those two will be an important step on the path. Emotional acceptance is hugely important and is often a step that's missing in some systems of personal development out there. Really, really accepting with unconditional love every emotion, all aspects of our experience, is essential in creating transformation. And I find in my own healing work that until a pattern, an energy, a situation is completely accepted, like completely acknowledged and accepted with that unconditional love, it will not want to move. So that acceptance is necessary in beginning to melt any type of energy that we wish to eventually shift, and then that energy can then be transmuted. And finally, in doing all that, we get to the point of being able to really exercise emotional modulation, which is our ability to consciously shift and change our emotional energy at will. Just like an artist who chooses what color they want to put on their palette and put on their canvas for the day, we can learn how to consciously choose and modulate and change in the moment how our emotional energy is being amplified and going out into the world. We can shift from being more emotional reactors, as we are in mass society at present, just simply reacting to external circumstances and believing that that causes our emotions, to instead becoming emotion generators, where we consciously generate the emotions that we wish to put out into the world. And we saw how profoundly that impacts the energy of the heart. So let's talk about the energy of the heart, how it goes out in our heart field and interacts with others around us and with our environment, heart field interactions. As we saw before, the electromagnetic field of the heart is a hugely powerful field that extends out in all directions around us. These fields, our heart fields, are always interacting with the fields of those around us. They're always exchanging information. And the thing is that this is going on whether we're conscious of it or not. So we might as well become more conscious of what we're putting out in that field that is going out and interacting with those around us in our immediate environment and beyond. These graphs are just showing how to produce different patterns of information in the heart's electromagnetic field. Again, with something like frustration, producing a static-like, very low-powered and not very impactful signal that goes out into the heart's field. Whereas in this example, appreciation, or states of big love, essentially, produce a harmonic series of standing waves, is what's shown in this graph. And that is a much more powerful, organized, and impactful signal to put out into your environment. I'm going to show some examples of how our heart rhythms interact with one another. This is an example of two hearts synchronizing, a husband and wife sleeping during the night, and their heart rhythms are in training with one another. This shows two friends just sitting at about a 4 feet distance from one another and consciously radiating love and appreciation to each other. And as you can see, their heart rhythms are coming into coherence and really in training beautifully with one another. And this is without any touch, without contact, so it's at a distance. It's an electromagnetic effect. And the same thing can happen between people and animals. And this is a now famous story of Josh and Mabel, Josh the boy and Mabel the dog. Both of their heart rhythms were measured. And this is Mabel up here and Josh on the bottom. They started out in separate rooms, and as you can see, their heart rhythms are not particularly coherent and not synchronized with one another. Then Josh enters the room and loves Mabel, and both of their heart rhythms go into much more coherence, and they entrain with one another. And then finally at the end, Josh leaves the room, but Mabel wants him to stay, and both of their heart rhythms go back out of coherence. So this is such a powerful example, and to me it shows two things. One is how sensitive animals are to our emotional energy. They are such sensitive responders. And the second thing is that this is real. You know, Mabel, the dog, was not told the purpose of the experiment. She didn't know what was going on. All she knew was her body, her heart was responding to the heart energy of Josh. And so it shows that these electromagnetic interactions are really, really real. Our emotions, our heart energy affects the beings around us. I'm going to share a little bit something different. This is research that I have conducted in Hawaii with the spinner dolphins. And there are bays in Hawaii where people go to interact with the wild dolphins there. And over some years, I did different measurements of people before and after they were swimming with the wild dolphins, looking at their heart rhythm changes. In this presentation, I just have time to show one very impactful example. This is a lady who was attending a retreat. She had never swum with dolphins before, and she also had no knowledge of heart math or heart coherence or anything like that. Starting out, her heart rhythm pattern was not in very much coherence, only 18% in high coherence. And then after her swim with the dolphins, which involved going out, swimming with these amazing dolphins for about 45 minutes, swimming back about a half mile to the shore, coming out, sitting down at the picnic table with me and having her heart rhythm measured, her heart rhythm had shifted to 100% high coherence. And she wasn't even able to describe her experience to me in words that day. She had to wait till the next day, and then she finally said that it was like an experience of complete flow and oneness. And her heart rhythm certainly reflects her experience there. So I really believe that interactions with dolphins can be very healing, and I believe there's definitely an exchange of energy going on there. I haven't yet been able to measure the dolphin side of the communication. I haven't measured the heart rhythms of dolphins, but I hope maybe we'll measure that complete interaction. Okay, this is a model. I really like this model. It talks about how, it shows us how when we come together in coherence, what can happen in terms of communication and energy exchange. So the two concentric circles, or the set of concentric circles, represent two coherent fields. So let's imagine two people are coming together in a state of coherence. What we can see is that a communication channel opens up between to this pathway. And I believe that is a communication channel through which very, very high speed, faster than speed of light, intuitive energetic information can be transmitted and exchanged. And I think we've all felt those really deep connections with another person at times where there's just that intuitive exchange of information at a much deeper level than perhaps we normally experience. Sometimes words aren't even necessary. That information certainly goes beyond the word. So when we come together in coherence, we open up the potential for that deeper exchange of energy. However, when we're not in coherence, that pathway isn't available. It closes down. So if we're coming to an interaction from a place of frustration or stress or worry or anger or resentment or mental distraction or whatever other states we experience as humans, there just isn't that same potential for that deeper level of exchange and connectivity to happen at that intuitive level. And we think of that also in terms of not just people coming together, but groups, even nations. The goal is to come together and communicate and connect in a way that opens us up. When we're coming from states of love, compassion, appreciation, gratitude, that naturally allows this pathway of intuitive energetic connection and communication to be available to us. So now let's talk about doing that in the context of a group, creating a group coherent amplified field. So what is the group coherent? When we come together in a group, in a coherent state, the coherent heart energy can be amplified synergistically so that the whole, it becomes more than the sum of its parts. And this amplified coherent heart field creates a super powerful receiver and transmitter of energetic information. So that collective intuition, creativity, and focused intention can be amplified. So we're amplifying both our ability to pull in intuitive information, to receive that information as a group, and also to affect our reality through our intention. I facilitate heart circles, and heart circles are specifically designed for people who want to expand their own awareness, to facilitate expansion, and also to assist the planet with their heart energy. And when we come together in that type of context and create an amplified coherent heart field, I find that it creates like an alchemical space in which personal growth and expansion can be accelerated and catalyzed in a way that probably would not be possible if everybody were just working individually on their own. So it's a space of magic, it really is, and I've experienced that many times in the context of my heart circles. It's also a space, let's say, for work teams or sports teams or musical groups or performance groups of any kind to access that state of flow, of optimal function much more easily in that container of the coherent field. And finally, it can be a powerful container for planetary service work. And that's what we're going to do together as a group before the end of this presentation. And that leads us into the topic of coming together to co-create global coherence on the planet. The Global Coherence Initiative is a project started by the Institute of HeartMath quite a few years ago now, and it's developed quite a bit during that time. This initiative is a science-based co-creative project to unite people in heart-focused love and intention to facilitate the shift in global consciousness from instability and discord to compassionate care, cooperation, and increasing peace. So if you're interested in finding out a lot more detail about this project, and there's a lot of detail available, the HeartMath Global Coherence website is heartmath.org/GCI. And you can also learn how to join that initiative. So essentially, this project is designed to help individuals and groups to work together synchronistically and strategically to increase the impact of their effectiveness to create positive global change. There are basically two components of the Global Coherence Initiative. These are my own words. What I call the humanitarian component aims to create a global network of participants who are committed to consciously emanating coherent heart energy and caring intention to help ease planetary strife and uplift global consciousness. The scientific component of the Global Coherence Initiative is very exciting, and it is to measure changes in the Earth's magnetic field in response to mass human positive emotion and intention. So without further ado, I'm going to share about a 3-minute video from the Global Coherence website to give you a little bit more of an overview of this project. I hope that will work. Just give me a second here to shift to this other screen.
We've all felt at one point or another, we are interconnected. But is this an illusion or a scientific reality? After conducting years of experiments, researchers at the HeartMath Institute have discovered what they describe as heart coherence. Coherence is an optimal state in which the mind and emotions are brought into alignment and in sync with the heart's intuitive guidance. Practicing this state of coherence creates a cascade of neural and biochemical events that benefit the entire body, especially our mental and emotional stability. The human heart generates a magnetic field that can be measured outside of the body. The vibrational pattern of that field changes based on our attitudes, emotions, and intentions, and can affect the mental and emotional states of others around us. Our Earth is constantly bathed in electromagnetic fields. These fields affect and connect every living organism on the planet, human beings included. We are not only all swimming in a common vibrational field, but each of us are contributing our own positive or negative vibrations to the field, based on our thoughts, feelings, and interactions. And when you are in coherence, your heart resonates in the same frequency range as the Earth's magnetic field. When a group of people are in coherence together, this effect is magnified. Could large numbers of people synchronized in heart coherence generate a more coherent global field that can benefit others and help offset worldwide fear and incoherence? This is the pursuit of the Global Coherence Initiative. A global network of ultra-sensitive magnetic field detectors and other scientific instruments have been installed around the planet, measuring fluctuations in the field, creating one of the world's largest experiments for intentionally evolving human consciousness. By joining the initiative, you will practice methods that are helpful for increasing your personal well-being and energy levels, reducing stress, fear, and anxiety, while connecting you with your heart's deeper guidance for choices and decisions. At the same time, you'll be helping to shape the collective field of our planet for the better. As a participant, you will learn how to measure your coherence level in real time, along with hundreds of thousands of people in over 150 countries who are adding heart energy to the planet. We're at a point in the history of consciousness where we have an opportunity to make an evolutionary leap to a more cooperative and compassionate way of being. It's time to feed the field with more love and care for each other. Welcome to the Global Coherence Initiative. Download the Global Coherence app now on the App Store.
Okay, so the Global Coherence Initiative. To our next slide here. So if you're inspired to contribute your heart energy to the Global Coherence Initiative, these are a few action steps that you can take. You can become a Global Coherence emissary, what they call, that's a contributor to the Global Coherence Initiative, at heartmath.org/GCI, and it's completely free to join the initiative. You can also get the free Global Coherence app. Let me just see if I can show you. Hold on a second. I'm sharing his stuff. Let's see. So the Global Coherence app is an app for your phone, and just trying to get to a place where I can show you it. It allows you to basically, okay, here's like a picture of what it looks like. And you can go into this app and enter a space where you can participate in focused meditations, going out to the planet, and there's different meditations on different themes, usually around general themes or areas of particular need on the planet. And you can see a network of points of light, with each point of light representing an individual or a group, sometimes the whole group, who is participating in the initiative with you at that same time. So it's a very beautiful experience of connecting with others all around the world who are also emanating their love and care through their heart to the planet and their intentions. And so that is a free app that you can use to join the project in a visual and experiential way. Let's go back to so they have these synchronized care focuses, which are focused meditations that happen every single day at 3 different times, at 4 a.m., 12 p.m., and 8 p.m. Pacific time every day, so you can see what works in your time zone. And that's a time that you know there's going to be other people in the Global Coherence Room participating. So if you want to join in with other people, you can go into one of the synchronized care focuses. And there's also special care focuses that are around different themes, and those are less frequent, but they're also announced both within the app and on the Global Coherence website. Another thing you can do if you choose, you can purchase a heart rhythm sensor to measure your individual coherence contribution to the overall field. And it also can measure that of any groups that you belong to, providing everyone has a sensor. So there's a lot of ways that you can join in and contribute to this ongoing effort. Maybe the most important way, though, is to ask yourself throughout the day and moment per moment, what am I feeding the field? Because like we were talking about, our heart energy is always going out, whether we're consciously engaged in the meditation or whether we're just going about our day. And we're always feeding the field with our emotional energy, with our heart energy. So taking that moment to ask ourselves, what are we feeding the field? And what would I like to feed the field? And then make that conscious choice in the moment is probably the most important way that you can participate in the Global Coherence Initiative. So now we're going to actually do a group activity to generate a coherent amplified heart field together and use that space to envision planetary healing and evolution and consciously send our heart energy out to the planet. So I'm going to guide us first in generating personal heart coherence, and then we'll connect our heart fields to form this collective amplified coherent field. And I'd like to invite you to really feel if you can sense the shift to that amplified field, because in my experience, it can be it's a very tangible thing to experience. And then we'll emanate our heart energy to the planet, and I'll invite us to create a collective vision for planetary healing and evolution so that each person can speak just a word or phrase of what you envision, what you would like to see anchored in the next phase of the planet's evolution. So it could be something as simple as more love, or it could be something more specific, but just something short and what you are passionate about to help anchor in on the planet. So we'll do that, and then we'll energize all of those intentions and put them out to the planet. And then I'll just have a few more slides after this activity to conclude the presentation. So let's go ahead. Okay. Everyone ready? Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and let's close our eyes. All right, let's shift our focus of energy to the area of our heart, right in the center of our chest. If you'd like to place your hand on your heart to help anchor that energy there, you can. And let's begin to breathe together, breathing in through your heart and breathing out. And breathing in and breathing out. And breathing in and breathing out. Now let's bring into our heart space feeling of appreciation or love. If you wish to envision something that generates that feeling for you, you can use that. Simply go to the feeling. Allow that feeling of appreciation and love to expand in your heart. And now let's radiate love and appreciation to one another, all the people here together in this circle. And as we do that, let's imagine that light of love and appreciation emanating from our heart fields and going out and connecting to the heart fields of those around us in this space. Let's experience our heart fields connecting with one another and gradually beginning to merge to create one amplified, coherent heart field. This field surrounds us. It's like a holodome. You can imagine a holodome of golden rose-colored light embracing us and surrounding our circle here. And that holodome is open to energy from source, streaming in, informing what we do here together. And it's also open to energy from the earth, coming through, supporting us, connected to the earth. And as always, we invite in all of our higher dimensional help to help us and facilitate this work. Let's imagine now our amplified, coherent heart field expanding and expanding to embrace and encircle the entire planet. And let's radiate love and appreciation to our planet, just absolutely loving and accepting it as it is right now. Loving unconditionally our planet. Surrounding the earth with a field of unconditional love. Now, I'd like to invite everyone, if you wish, to unmute and just say, when you feel called to, a few words of what your vision is for the planet's healing evolution, what you would like to see anchored in this next step of the planet's development, what frequencies.
Harmonious cooperation.
Deep compassion and respect for all beings.
Love of self and love of all species, connection and lightness of being.
May every watershed and every water body on the planet be connected through quantum love.
a flock of 7 billion human butterflies.
More beings fully connected to source energy. And also humanity having a new and more developed relationship with water, with the consciousness and intelligence of water. Anyone else? Can you say that louder?
Happy and balanced world.
Love and respect for everyone around the world.
It's 11:45.
Beautiful. So let's take a moment and energize. Imagine all of those intentions, those that were spoken and any that were not spoken, in the center of our circle, in the center of this amplified heart field. And let's imagine like a ball of intentions that we can then energize with the love from our heart. Okay, so now seeing those intentions as like a ball of light, we'll take a deep breath together and then release those intentions out to the universe and to the planet. So ready, taking a nice deep breath through the heart, and then releasing our intentions to the planet and to the universe, knowing that they will be actualized in the highest interest of the whole. Just for a few more moments, let's hold our amplified heart field surrounding our planet, radiating love. And we can just gradually begin to bring our energy back, first into our group heart field here. And then gradually bringing our energy back into our individual heart fields. And while we'll disconnect from our group field for now, we can remember that once we create an amplified group field like this, it always exists beyond space and time, and we can tap into it for strength and support and connection at any time. Just taking a few more breaths through your own heart, feeling your energy come back into your own personal field. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes, and if anybody would like to share their experience in a few words, you're welcome to.
I got an incredible lift, and I actually had to grab my desk so I would just into the cosmos. It's like being a helium balloon, and it was really amazing experience.
You
And then
must
brought
have
us
ascended. My goodness. Go ahead.
when you brought us back into our own center, I got grounded again, and I could feel my feet back on the ground.
Amazing. Did you want to share something, Elizabeth? Your box is lit up. Oh, Jay?
I was just going to say, what a beautiful gift. Thank you for, guiding us on that journey, and for adding to the field with all of our hearts.
Wonderful. Thank you for participating. Did people experience the texture of the group amplified field? Could you feel that? Looking at everybody.
Dana, I've done these global meditations many times, but I'm very aware of the different small group field that does this each time, and I get different visuals and different feelings. And this time, I kept seeing bigger and bigger like the domes with the Buckminster Fuller, the geodesic domes expanding out bigger and bigger, and I saw all the gold lines connecting all the different points bigger and bigger into the planet and actually beyond. But by wonderful inspiration here, I saw the 7 billion butterflies flying in among the lines of the golden lines, and then I also saw dolphins. So there was very much a playful co-creativity. So
Beautiful. That's
you're
very
unique.
uplifting.
I contributed.
Thank you. Thank you. I just have a few more slides to conclude this presentation, but I will go ahead and share those. I like this quote from Viktor Frankl, who is a psychiatrist and survivor of the Holocaust. He said, "Between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and our freedom. In that space is our power to choose." There's a lot of talk about the shift in consciousness going on the planet, and it's often positioned as this hugely extravagant, dramatic thing where, like, the heavens are going to open up and spaceships are going to land and sacred timelines are going to be fulfilled and all these amazing, huge things are going to happen. And while all of that can actually be true and all of that can play a part, it still comes down to the first and most fundamental shift in consciousness that must happen within each person right here. The shift that we can make internally in each moment, from our reactive, automatic, conditioned, unconscious, ego-driven, fear-sourced patterns, to ones that are proactive, conscious, creative, spirit-driven, sourced in love, creating a positive feed-forward loop where those new frequencies, those higher dimensional frequencies, become anchored as the new norm within us. And there will not be any global shift in consciousness until this shift occurs in more and more moments within us. The shift in consciousness on the planet begins in the heart of each person, and it is about choice. And we can remember that the choices we make internally affect the field of energy emanated by our heart, which changes our internal world and also goes out into our external world and interacts with those around us, and ultimately contributes to creating a coherent global community on the planet. One last quote to end. Someday, after mastering the winds, the waves, the tides, and gravity, we shall harness for God the energies of love. And then for a second time in the history of the world, man will have discovered fire. Thank you very much for attending my presentation. My name is Dana Tomasino. I'm with Heart Magic. My email is below. And the best way to stay in touch with me is through my Facebook page that's called Heart Magic. And you can find that page, like it, follow it, and I can share a lot of my offerings and what I'm up to. And I always welcome collaborations with like-minded and like-hearted souls. Love to connect with all of you. And thank you so much, and much aloha. I can, let's see. We have about 9 official minutes left or so, well, maybe a little bit less. And whoever, if I'd like to open this to, if anybody would like to share anything, or if there's any questions, or whatever you wish to put into the space.
Thank you so much, Dana. That was so uplifting, and I will carry that out into the world now. Thank you for reactivating my heart center. And it just comes to me that I've seen so many people in despair at this time, and so much suffering and depression. And this is such a great exercise to send that love and appreciation to all those people who are really in suffering and in need right now. So, and it's beautiful. It gives me faith, or I have faith that it gives me hope. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Awesome.
Yeah, likewise, Dana, thank you very much. I found this to be very peaceful and relaxing session, and you know, it's just what we all need in these days anyway, is to find some peacefulness and tranquility at some stage in our days, you know, as we drudge through the rest of the, you know, I found it very, very beneficial and calming, and I really appreciate it. And I hope to see you all again. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us all the way from Ireland. I really appreciate that. And remember, you can access that space anytime, just in a minute or so, just with that quick coherence.
My pleasure entirely, and yeah, definitely, and I will certainly be downloading the app and everything without a doubt. Much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Dana, I just want to thank you so much. I've been around the heart math work and integrated it into my work for many years, but the way you brought this presentation today was like you were in the heart coherence the whole time and radiating
Really
that.
good.
Even when you're doing your PowerPoints, it was so beautiful, such a beautiful dance. So I thank you, and I look forward to weaving our coherence together in many ways in the future.
Thank you very much, Maya. And I'm glad to hear that it translates into the online domain, because I haven't done much work online, and these are some of my first efforts to put this out in this new format. So, but it's so nice that we can all be together through that format as well.
Is it?
Butterfly.
Is it the new butterfly, the 7 billion butterflies? I love it.
Who said that? Was that Jay? The other Jay? Which?
Or Jamin or something? Yeah.
Awesome. All right, so we can bring this to a close. If anyone would like to be in touch with me, I think you have my contact information, and remember Heart Magic. Also, if you're interested in purchasing a sensor to participate in Global Coherence, I also do sell those, and I also provide one-on-one work with the HeartMath system. If you're interested in looking into it deeper, this was just an overview today. But again, thank you all very much for being here. I really felt your participation and your heart energy, and thank you for engaging in the planetary meditation that I really feel every time we come together in those layers these days. It is so important to come together in groups, and it really gives new meaning to that phrase, when two or more are gathered. There really is a magic, a heart magic that happens in that connection. So, and if I give some more heart circles or facilitate some more groups like that, I'll also put that on my Heart Magic page. So I'd love to stay connected with all of you.
Definitely. Great.
Thank
Well,
you,
You are connected, Dane.
Indeed. Yes. Well, thank you so much, Dana. This was amazing. I think it's definitely one of the better, like, just all the different connections and the information and how beautifully you presented it and clearly and grounding. So thank you so much. And just to pay homage to the Open Earth Sessions continuation, Maya is going to do a session on Be Kind Revolution. I believe it's in about an hour. And it's, Gaia's calling, are we listening? It is time to reestablish our connection to Mother Earth. And the link for that I will just post in the, and the password is sacred, so I get all that and post it here just in case anyone interested. And then also, Dana, if you shoot over a little logo and we can connect to your website and just have your logo on our websites as well. Sometime, and then anyone who wants to connect with the Earth Sessions, you can just go to the website, and we have our email list to join the email Google group, as well as other communication formats, so we can all stay in touch. And I think that's it on our side. But yeah, anything else you want to add, Dana, or anyone else? Or cool.
Just put my email in the chat in case people would like to copy that.
Ooh. And
thank you, Jay, for having this amazing event and for connecting us all here. Thank you, Jamin, and your group from coming over from your other event, the Conversations, and we hope to continue all the conversations together. It's been amazing. And again,
this is Elizabeth. I just say that we had a session today with Watershed Wisdom Councils, and we're having another session tomorrow. So it's at 2 o'clock Pacific time, and invite you all to come on over and continue the conversation if your energy is upholding.
Yes, indeed. And that is also on the schedule, and we can link our Sessions Summit website, but on the schedule it does have tomorrow's sessions as well. And there's also the full moon sessions tonight for people who are up late I want to synchronize with the full moon and lunar eclipse that's happening tonight. We have an open session that anyone can suggest any topic as a group if they want to. And we do sessions as with the planetary and lunar cycles. So anyone who wants to host any session anytime ongoing, it's an open space for just community synchronization with natural time cycles and collaboration and oneness. And we do everything based on the Unity methodology, which includes social profit assets and collaboration. So we do try to track all of the time and energy that people put in. And so Impressi's helping with that as well, with the spreadsheet here that I linked in relationship to everybody's involvement and contributions. We like to issue equity value tokens and shares and all that in relationship to building social assets of collaboration. So, and you can link on the email list to get any future information on that if we get to that work. But I think we're good on everything, and it's just really exciting. So I think that covers all of the, yeah. Yay. And there was, just to throw out there, there was a link up here about, I thought I saw a link to the lounge. And I'm not exactly sure how that works, but you know, Jamin and them said they were going to be on the lounge for a while, so I'll throw that link up there again, just so everyone has it. And then we had.
The link is on there, Jay. That's the top of the chat.
Yeah, it's at the top. I just put it at the bottom of the chat as well, and I also put the website for the Earth session, so that's all there in the bottom of the chat. And we should go ahead and just copy and the entire chat and throw it into our notes as well. And I think the notes are linked there. And then,
So Jay,
yeah.
This is the Unity Network Lounge.
No, this is this brand new thing we've never even heard about. So Dana connected with a group of folks who are doing this communication, collaboration, open lounge space, and you know, I don't know anything about it, but they came and popped over here from there. So they were just like hopping from different, you know, Zoom rooms as far as I can tell, and just connecting, learning, and yeah. So they came here, and who knows where they're going next. So
yeah. So I'm going to also mention the connection field, which is also the same thing, and I'm going to put in. It's another way that we're connecting in the field of love and caring for each other within that field and offering our gifts. So I'm going to put that in here too.
Nice.
I'll add the link to the website about the conversation. This is the project that Jamin and Peter Melton are involved in, and they were speaking about that yesterday. And this is the
Peter
website
Melton,
that I wrote
Peter
down.
Melton's
Anyway.
the connection field.
I added in also radish.org, so James, so and I've come over from there. I'm Jamin's partner actually, and every Friday, starting at 6 a.m., he has block party, and it runs for 24 hours, and you're welcome to jump in and join the conversation. They're really amazing conversations. Jay's been part of that, Jay Billing. And today they just launched the conversation platform. So it'd be beautiful to see all of you there. We have the Divine Feminine segment from 9 to 11 on Friday, 9 a.m. Pacific time. And this week had 3 artists who are friends of mine, visual artists and activists from Mother Earth, and they spoke about Black Lives Matter and social justice. It was really powerful. And we also host vegan color.
All right, I think we lost her.
Sorry, yeah, sorry about that. I'm not sure if any of the rest of you got that. There was like a very bad connection, unless there's somebody unmuted or something. I think that interferes with feedback. I think when people aren't unmuted, but I didn't hear any of that. I'm not sure about the rest of you.
Yeah,
I didn't hear it either.
Yeah, we lost her, and then she dropped off, so we didn't hear it, and she's not here anymore. So we'll have to wait for her to.
I couldn't even tell who it was.
I think what she was saying was that their organization is called radish.org, and they have a block party, a 24-hour block party that starts every Friday at 6 a.m. and it goes for 24 hours until the next Saturday, 6 a.m. And Radish.org is their organization, and they are inviting you to join the block party. And then this related initiative that kind of has stemmed out from there is called The Conversation, and I put the website of that there as well. So I think that's what Melissa was sharing about.
Excellent translation, Dana.
Just because I know a little bit about it, that's all.
Just as I am part of the group, I'll be leaving myself shortly anyway, just in case. I'd say Melissa was also trying to say there that we are now going back to the lounge as we've continued the 24-hour block party from Friday 6 a.m. to Saturday 6 a.m. We've continued it today, Saturday 6 a.m. till tomorrow 6 a.m. And the lounge will be open for 24 hours now today as well. And basically, what our idea in the lounge is to welcome people. It's a space to come and join and get in. There's some lovely conversations going on, respectful, holistic conversations, and all based on trying to come to make a better world for ourselves in a sense, in the face of what we're facing, climate and everything else. So the conversation is continuing at the moment now in the lounge, and we probably, as we've done here, we took a field trip, we call it, where we go and hook up with other networks of like-minded people who are interested in the climate issues and what we're facing. And we're basically, the block party has been going on now. It's our 21st block party this week, running 24 weeks now, or 21 weeks in a row for 24 hours each Friday to Saturday. And it'll now be continuing probably on to Saturday to Sunday as well.
What time zone is that?
That would be 6 a.m. Pacific time and till 6 a.m. Saturday Pacific time.
Thank you.
And and that'll be weekly. But it's continuing now live. So if you want, the link is there on it. So if you just shoot over, if any of you are interested to join a conversation and shoot over to learn a bit more, Jamin is much more vocal and able to articulate it a lot better than I am, I think. So if any of you are interested, the link is there. I would suggest to, maybe venture over for an hour there and join in and see if there's anything of interest. So
thank you for the invitation.
You're welcome. And again, I appreciate everything, Dana. I loved your session there. Fantastic and lovely to meet you all. And I will bid you all goodwill and be a peaceful life, and I'll talk soon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Are you ready to go to the room? All right. I'm migrating myself here, physically migrating. Oh, damn it. Well, session ended.